That's what you want.
Testing, testing.
10-9-876.
There you go. You got it.
Got it. All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and I'd like to say welcome to everyone here tonight, and thank you for being here. We got a pretty good little agenda in front of us, but we'll try to get through it as quick as we can. The first item of business tonight, we're going to have Pastor Elliott lead us in prayer. If everyone stand up, please, for invocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Simons, all the city council, and all the city staff. It's always an honor to be here with you, and also with all the citizens of Lowell that have shown up tonight. I'm grateful to represent my church, St. Mark's, well, in Belmont, but I particularly here to represent my church here in Lowell, which is Lowell Smyer United Methodist, right about a block down. And we're also always grateful for our city council member, Chitwood, who is a member of our congregation. So let us bow our heads together and pray. Oh God, we are grateful for the day that you have provided us. We thank you for all the many blessings that you bestow upon us and for your beautiful creation all around us. We give thanks to you for this city of Lowell, for its history and heritage, for all of the people who call it home, and for those entrusted with the responsibility of public service. We ask, O Lord, that you grant wisdom, integrity, and a spirit of cooperation to our mayor, city council members, city staff, and all who work for us for the common good. As our nation approaches the 250th anniversary of its founding, we remember with gratitude the generations who have labored, sacrificed, and dreamed to build a more perfect union in our nation. Help us honor that legacy, not only with celebration, but with renewed commitment to liberty, justice, civic responsibility, and respect for one another. Bless our community, guide the work of this council, and inspire us all to be faithful stewards of the freedoms and opportunities that we have inherited. Particularly this evening, we pray, O Lord, that you will allow our representatives to hear from our citizenry about their concerns and their input. And we pray all of these things in the name of the one who comes, and all God's children assembled said together. Amen.
Now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone turn and face the flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Let's see, the next thing on the agenda is going to be public comments tonight. If anyone would like to speak, all you have to do is stand up, walk up to the podium and state your name and address, and we'll give you 5 minutes, and we appreciate all of you being here. Go ahead, sir.
Richard Lynch, 613 White Oak Drive, Lowell, North Carolina. I apologize ahead of time. I just want to say a few things and then I have to leave. I don't want to be a hit and run, but I had a previous engagement. First, I want to talk about the proposal that we were going to shut down the recycling center. I do not think that's a good idea. That's taxpayer funded. And if we're going to do anything with the recycling center, we would want to look at maybe finding some other bids for disposing of the material there, or maybe even finding out if we could do it ourselves, if we could save money there. Another issue I think we have with the recycling center is that people from other towns use it. And if we're going to do that, then I think it should be something where the county might want to help lift the load on the cost of running that recycling center if other townships are using it. Another thing we should consider is possible that only Lowell residents can use it, and you could monitor that by having stickers for their cars or whatever. And if you're outside the township and you wanted to use it, once again, that would fall back on the county. Now, what I'm about ready to address, I'm going to make a lot of enemies tonight, and that's okay because I'm used to it. We're talking about pay increases, and there's all types of numbers that are being thrown about. And I have a real problem with considering pay increases if town council has not taken the time to evaluate the positions that we're looking to increase the pay in. We currently have, it costs us about $3,500 a week just for our accountant and our city clerk. So, that's $175,000 a year for those two positions alone. When you look at the private sector, and that's what I think we should be looking at, is the private sector. Compare what they make in the private sector to what they make in government sector. And I can just give you a few comparisons. In the private sector, on average, there are 8 paid holidays. Here, we get 12. City employees get 12. They get 12 paid sick days. The average is 7. The average rate increase or pay increase in the private sector runs anywhere between 1.5% to 3.5%. In our police department, in just 2022, it was a $72,000 a year job for the chief. That chief now makes $102,000. That's a 41% increase in 4 years. Nowhere in the private sector would that be allowed. We have our city manager. 4 years ago, that salary was $80,000. That is now $120,000. That's a 50% increase in wages. I think that when the citizens elect a council with the understanding that that council is going to do one thing, that they're going to employ a city manager, and that city manager's job is to do one thing, to make sure that the funds and the taxes and the revenues of the citizens of this town are spent responsibly. I do not think in all consciousness that you can sit there and even consider giving a pay raise to anybody unless you could answer the questions, what is their job description and what are their qualifications? And if you base your qualifications off someone's resume, has anybody looked at the resume to see if the qualifications were actually real? So before we go into just wanting to throw out money, increasing government spending once again, I think we got to consider who actually pays those bills. I will point out Councilman Bates, who made a very great statement one day when he said, council's got to realize it's not their money, it's the people's money. And that's what we need to look at, and that's what I hope you will look at. Don't just consider raises. Don't just say, well, it's time for a raise. Evaluate what they do. I would like to strongly suggest that we bring in a job consultant, and what they do is they come in and they'll spend about 3 months here, and they will spend 3 months with the employees in this area here and everywhere else, and they will give you a report on the efficiencies, what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, how they could do it better. I understand we spent $27,000 for an upgrade in a software system that was supposed to help us cut back on the expenses in the office. Not only have we not cut back, but we also hired more people. That doesn't make sense to me. So that's my 2 cents, and like I said, I hate to eat and run, and if I didn't have this other engagement, I'd love to sit here and hear what everybody has to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Yeah, just one at a time. Just one leaves, someone can come up, but we don't have any direct order, just next one served. So thank you.
Yeah, my name is Tommy Cloninger. I live at 312 West 1st Street in Lowell. And I want to talk about an ordinance that's been on the books in Lowell as near as I can determine since 1995. It's been 31 years. And it's called, it's 130.01, unnecessary noise. And I want to talk about Section B, paragraph 3 in particular. And it says, let me get my glasses here if I can find them. The use of operation of any piano, manual, or automatic, phonograph, radio, loudspeaker, or any other instrument or sound applying device so loud to disturb persons in the vicinity thereof, or in such a manner as rendered as the same in a public nuisance. Provided, however, that upon application to the chief of police, permits may be granted to a responsible organization to produce programs in music, speech, and general entertainment. The reason that I bring that up tonight, about 2 weeks ago, I spent one whole day starting at 1 o'clock and went to 11 o'clock at night with music. It was not my music, it was a neighbor's music, and I went next door after a couple hours and asked them to please turn it down. They acknowledged that they had it loud, and they would. They did not. I didn't bother the police until 10 o'clock on Saturday night, and I asked about having somebody to go talk to them about it. It didn't work. It was 11 o'clock at night when they turned it down. And I want to know how this ordinance can be applied. Who you need to talk to, how you get it done. Talking to somebody on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday the next week doesn't work, because it's my word against somebody else's word. But it's, like I said, this is an obsolete, somewhat innocuous ordinance, because it doesn't really give you any real guidance about anything. And you can tell it's old because the fine was $50. 1991, $50 was a pretty good chunk of change. Today, it don't amount to anything. So all I want to know from somebody in the city of Laurel, how does it apply? When would it be applied? How do you get it applied? And I'll leave you with that. I don't like to do blindside, so you know what my concern is. I'll leave my phone number with the chief of police. Somebody in the city of Laurel can call me and tell me how I'm going to deal with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cloninger. Anyone else like to speak?
Hello, my name is Patrick McGann. I live at 4032 River Falls Drive. Been a Lowell resident for about a year, so I'm coming at this a little late. I got two concerns. One, I understand that the recycling center is looking to be removed for the $28,000 it's going to save us annually. My question would be, did we go back to Waste Management and try to renegotiate that, see if they'll give us a better rate, because it's a loss of income to them when we're not paying them anymore, so they might cut us a break for that. Second thing is, I understand that we're looking at farming out the sanitation work to Waste Management and thereby eliminating our current garbage disposal gentleman. Is that correct? I don't know if you can answer that question or not.
I don't think it would be Waste Management.
Or another company. I've lived with people like Waste Management and Republic Services doing trash pickup for 40 years in California. I moved here and we actually have trash guys who pick up the trash. And they do an awesome job. Jeff is my regular guy on my route. And I can tell you that he takes great care of us. We seem to have a general fund that's unobligated with $6.7 million in it. We've allocated $4.5 million to the budget. I'm trying to catch up on this today, so I'm coming at it a little behind the curve. But if we have an opportunity to keep those gentlemen employed and serving the community, because they're going to do a much better job than the guy who drives by with the truck, picks it up, dumps it, and leaves whatever falls out of the trash can on the ground, and then someone else is going to have to come by and pick that up, I'd appreciate it. And I'm about as far from being a socialist as you can possibly get, but if I can keep these gentlemen employed, I think it's worth our time and effort as a community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I have your name, please?
Patrick McGann, M-C-G-A-N-N.
Clerk, I couldn't hear you, but I appreciate that, and thank you for your time. Thank you. Next.
Can I address that, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Michael
Wait,
Spargo.
Michael, just say he's going
I'm sorry.
to address something.
We are looking into possibly contracting the trash service from the outside private company. However, that would not cost the re-sanitation workers. They would still be employed. They would just be moved to another spot within the Public Works Department. So these guys would not be losing their jobs. However, they was requested in this proposed budget 2 new positions. I think we held off on the 2 new positions because if we would have granted the 2 Public Works positions, then if we did go with the contracted trash service in the next budget, then we would have to lay off at least 2 of the veteran workers we have. So we held off on the new positions this year, just in case we did do a contracted service. we can keep our current employees employed. So that's the reason behind all that. I think there was a lot of misinformation.
Well, and I did talk to Jeff, and, you know, he understands that he might get another position, but he likes the job he has, and I realize that you don't always get to get the job you want.
Right.
But as someone who witnesses the job that they do, and I don't know how much money we'd save for this, you know, farming out of the contract, but somewhere between 2.7 and 4.5, I think we got a few dollars somewhere we might be able to fund. Just my 2 cents. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. If you would state your name, please.
No, you're fine.
Name and address, please.
My name is Michael Spargo. I actually don't live in Lowell, but I have had a recent situation where I've been involved with the city of Lowell, and I felt like it was something that needed to be brought before the council. It was pretty important, I feel. I'm a licensed general contractor for 26 years in Gaston County, and I build North and South Carolina. My son works with me, and he's also a licensed general contractor with the highest limited license you can get, unlimited, and commercial license. So he and I both work together. We were contacted by the city of Lowell about a community center project that they wanted somebody to give them some quotes on, bids on. We showed up at the job. We met with Justin and another gentleman. I don't know who the other gentleman was. First thing Justin said was, when we got there, was, "I don't know why I'm here. This is Andrea's job." So I didn't know who Andrea was. Still don't know Andrea. Never met her. Never seen her. I don't know who she is. But anyway, so we went into the project, walked underneath the house, underneath the community center, where there was the floor in this community center was pretty serious. It was sagging. Walked in there, and I noticed that the floor joists were eaten up with power post beetles. They had decimated the floor joist through the whole thing. That's why the sagging was happening. So I told them I would give them an estimate. There was no, and the second time I came, they gave us like a list of what they want you to bid on. That time they didn't give us a list, so I could have bid one thing and another guy could have bid something else. So it was really very unorganized. So I went in and I said, based on what I feel like it needs, I went in and I figured a quote in replacing all the floor joists, putting piers down the center, doing a drop girder, which if anybody doesn't know what any of this is, just ask me. But it shortens the span of that room. So basically I put a drop girder in, put the piers down the middle, and replace all the floor joists in this unit there were gonna be 40 floor joists, 2x10s, and all new piers. I got a very descriptive, everything I do is in a very detailed quote. Every line item I do, it lists a price for each thing, what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, everything. So I didn't hear anything from them. 2 months later, I get another call, Justin, and he said, "Hey, we want you to come bid on another job." I said, "Well, Justin, I really don't want to come bid another job." I said, "I didn't even hear about the last one, at least a yes or a no or nothing." I said, "We didn't hear anything about it. Have you gotten somebody else to do it?" He said, "Yeah, some landscape company did it." I said, "Well, okay." And I said, "Do you know what was done?" He said, "Well, they put piers in," and I said, "Well, pier requires footings. Did they pull permits?" "I don't think so." I said, "Okay, that's a big problem right there. You should," and first item on every one of my quotes is a permit. I pull permits on everything I do. You have to, everything needs to be looked at and inspected, and City of Lowell, no matter what Andrea says, is required to pull permits. We went in there, quoted it. I quoted replacing 40. Well, the gentleman that got the job, I happened to know him, and found out he got the job, and I called him yesterday, and he was in Las Vegas. And I said, "Conrado, did you get that job?" And he said, "Yes, I got it." I said, "What was your bid on it?" He said, $9,000. Now, I don't know if that's right, just what he said. It was $9,000. And I said, "What did you do?" He said, "I met Andrea there, who I've never met. And he said she wanted us to replace 7 floor joists for $9,000. I was going to replace all of them, 40, for $23,000, which I come in almost half, much better deal, and it's done right. And a permit would have been pulled." So the funny thing is Justin told, I was told Justin said I was a disgruntled contractor. I've got more work than I can do. I don't need any more work than I have, but I was asked by the town of City of Lowell to come look at this by somebody that I know very well, and I said, "I'll do it for them just to take care of it and look at it." Well, when I came back, they called us again about another project. So we showed up out there. I wasn't going to do it. My son said, "Dad, they're just getting a bid. You're just another person. They're not going to use you." So I've still priced it. Well, I got out there, Justin said, hey, we got a project, I want you to look at it. He said, we got a $50,000 amount of money that we're gonna lose if we don't get it done by the 15th. We're gonna lose this money. And I said, well, I don't let that number base anything on what I'm doing. I'll give you my quote based on what I think needs to be done. So the first thing I do is I walk in, and the list they have is demo the ceiling. So I looked at it, I said, we can't demo that ceiling. I said, that's asbestos shingles. Those are asbestos tiles. You can't touch that ceiling. And I said, so I'm not gonna demo it. I will build a drop ceiling below it, and I'll insulate it, and I'll put new sheetrock in. I'll do it the right way, but it's to save you a ton of money and time on abatement. And so, I'm sorry, let me
okay.
keep going or not.
But I'd like to follow this, if you can turn that thing off, I'd like to follow up with this. Your last name was Spargo, correct?
Spargo, yes.
Yes, sir. I stopped by the community center today, and they have two stop orders on there, one in Spanish and one in English. So I asked the city manager about it today, and he had said that they had some kind of something resolved. But you know, and I know, you can't resolve asbestos. Asbestos has to be properly,
Well,
done
beyond-
away with.
well,
The total bid, what you're talking about with the total bid, and the project for $9,000 with the floor was also sagging, it was not.
The original bid for the original floor, two separate ones, was $9,000. Well, I came in at $23,900, but I was doing everything. This person just put in $7,000. I needed $40,000. I quoted $40,000. They did $7,000. They did it for $9,000. I was quoting the whole thing for $23,900. So I won't go any much longer, but the chief building inspector I'm very good friends with, he was my electrician. I'm being transparent. I called him, picked up the phone. I said, they're up here working at the city, up here in Lowell on the community center, and I don't think they pulled a permit. Can you check? He looked it up. He said, nope, I'll be there in 30 minutes. And he went up there, and I told him to let Justin know I called. They shut it down, shut the job down. The heat and air guy didn't pull a permit. The electrician didn't pull a permit. Nobody, and Andrea told them they didn't have to pull a permit, that was not part of the city's responsibility, and told Mike Roper, the chief building inspector, permits weren't required where they are. Now this job is shut down, and it won't be open for a long time. He said he will not allow a permit unless he sees it first now. So it's a mess. It's poor management's what it is.
Here's our biggest dilemma. We have an acting city manager this time. We don't have a full-time city manager. But I don't know where getting the public works director to come in and take bids on I think the community center project would definitely be underneath the recreation people. But nevertheless, all this over expenditures and under expenditure and not paying enough to get it fixed, and the floor, listen, if you go upstairs in that attic and the upstairs floor, it's horrendous. And what you've been speaking about has been going on for years, the asbestos and things like that. It should have been cleaned up years ago. This project's been going on since 2021. I spoke with the finance officer today, and also the HR person gave the money, how much money they spent on this project since 2021. It's a horrendous amount of money. This thing should look like like my house down here on the corner of the greenhouse. It should be beautiful. It should be out of this world. But this thing is a mess. The whole thing has just been a joke. It still has the original old windows. Am I correct?
Yes.
So, and we paid out money to pay for these new windows and never been replaced. And these contractors have got the money and gone. But we have no way of getting anything done until we can get another city manager here, a full-time city manager.
They got the state coming in now. The state's coming in because of the tiles. They removed the ceilings, took it away from the property. They're nowhere to be found. And so you can't dispose of them, but a certain way. But I pulled up, and there was a company, a Latino group of guys there. They were working at another company there, but nobody pulled permits. So they stopped the job, and they got the state involved now with the, so whoever told you it's been resolved has not been even begun to be resolved.
I know the stop order's still there, and the stop
Yes,
order's
they're-
there, and
yes.
I don't know if people are still working there or
No,
not.
they
But the
can't.
stop order has been issued, and
Yeah.
I understand from you, Ben, that you said that everything's been taken care of.
I'll address-
Yeah,
my
please.
name's Justin Pierce,
Yeah, please.
Public Works Director.
Yeah, please.
With the first round, I told you that wasn't my job. And
Both
we had-
times.
We had three different people that come in. I met with the second group that come in. I was like, this isn't right on what you're quoting. Same thing I told you. This is how I would do it. I would put the drop beam, I'd put the girders.
No, that's not what you said, actually.
Well, I said I would put the piers, I'd put the girders on the outside, and I told y'all that because it wasn't sitting on 2.5 inches on the outside, it has to be treated. So I said all that, but I said that was not my job, I didn't have anything to do with that. You'll be quoting to Andrea on that part. This last job was my job. And like I told you, it would be up to the individuals that are quoting to get the ceiling tiles tested, which they actually end up getting it tested afterwards, after they are reported out, which is wrong. They should have done that first. They should have poured a permit, they didn't pour a permit. Talked to them about all that. They do have a permit now, they do have a scheduled electrical inspection for tomorrow.
Well, I'll talk to Mike about it. He said that there's nothing been allowed, but they said no permits have been allowed to be pulled yet because they weren't being pulled. I talked to him yesterday.
They're full, they're good. They have to asbestos testing, it was no asbestos.
But we don't know if those were the tiles that were removed because y'all took them off site.
We didn't take anything.
I mean, well, you hired a guy that did. And I told you when I was there, I explained to you, I said, these are asbestos. This needs to be done the right way. Children, families come here and use this, and they didn't. They went in there and ripped it all down, took it all out, put it in bags. And so, I don't need the work. It isn't a money thing for me. I just want the county to know that they're not doing their job.
I appreciate what you're doing. Also, Justin, you're a general contractor, correct?
Correct.
So you know what the laws and rules are as far as asbestos goes and things like
That's the
that.
reason, like when he called.
I know, but the contractor you awarded a bid to, you awarded a contract. There's $9,000,
I
correct?
did not order, I did not.
No, that was the first one. The second was 40,000.
The second one was mine with the ceiling tiles, that's going on right now.
Okay.
And that's the reason I'm not upset at all about
No,
calling.
but I am. I'm upset because I talked to the finance officer today and he said you're spending $17,000 and the $9,000, $26,000 total. Now we're getting totally different numbers. This is the whole thing about this whole deal. When you advertise for bids, everyone should bid on the same thing. There should be a whole line item deal for everyone to bid on and equally bid on it. And also have the insurance and have all the necessary facility, to take care of the getting rid of the asbestos, getting rid of doing the floor system. Just like when you hire any contractor,
But-
they have to know what
On
the
the one I
rules
was
are.
involved in, I did give everybody the same sheet of paper, same specs, same guidelines of what we're looking at doing.
Okay.
But you're a general contractor and you didn't require a permit. No, it's your responsibility. Actually, the town is the city's.
I'm not a city general contractor.
Okay, listen.
No, I'm saying-
Let's get
So
back.
Any general contractor that does the
Let's
work-
get back in order. Listen, here's the
Yeah.
question, Dustin. How much money have we awarded on bids up there to take care of this, the girders underneath and the floor system?
Underneath, I do not know, because that wasn't mine. This right here, I think is 16.5, and then they're also putting in candle lights, and that bumps up another 3,500, I think, for the candle lights.
All this money that we're spending without nothing really, and, defined as far what you're bidding on, and everyone bidding on the same thing. How many bids did you have?
3.
And you have a copy, we need to get a list of what you had bid on and let the council look at it, because right now we just have an active.
I've got mine, and I think you'll be impressed with what I do. I list everything. I don't think anybody else does it like I
But what
do.
I'm talking about, though, the bid procedure should be, whenever Justin goes out and take a bid, he should have everything in order, is what your bid, everyone bids on the same thing.
I
But
agree.
that's
But-
what it should be.
They were requesting me to bid on tearing the ceiling down, and I said, I can't tear the ceiling down. So my bid's gonna be more because, and if you tore it down, the abatement would have been more.
Right now, we're in a dilemma.
Yeah.
And we're in a big dilemma. But we have to deal with it as best we can without, we have an acting city manager, but hopefully we're gonna hire one soon. And then we can proceed with what we have to. But in the meantime, I think, Justin, you need to get with the building inspector, the inspectors, and go over everything. So everything, you saying everything is good?
Permits board, they got an inspection.
Well, let me ask you this, why has it got a stop order on there today?
Because there was a stop order.
It's still on there, why, if it's gone, why is it not removed?
The permit is full.
Sir?
The guys probably just think, well, the permit's full. That's what I was told.
But you can't even, no citizen even go in there right now with the permits up there, what it says stop order, that means stop.
The permits have been pulled.
Sir?
The permits have been pulled, asbestos.
Why is it still on the field, the doors, that's what I can't understand.
The city doesn't come back.
When do you work for the city?
I was,
Mayor.
I want you to take those things
Can we
down.
get back on track?
Yes, sir, I'm on track.
I was-
Yeah.
Later, but there's other people in the public.
Right, I agree
I
with
was-
you,
one
but
more
this
thing.
is important, everything here is important, I don't care if it takes to 3 o'clock in the morning, I want everything resolved as we can. This is a hoax, this is a joke, this is sadness. We're the council, we're sitting up here listening to all this, knowing that listen, it's been going on since 2021. It's not your fault, Justin, you just got here on the latter part of it. But what you are in charge of, you are responsible for it. But thank you, but we'll
Yeah,
get to the
I'm
bottom of it.
gonna get you the
Thank
answer on the permits,
Thank you.
because I was
God
told.
bless everyone. We got to get this thing resolved. Thank you. Next. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bill Knox. I'm at 5105 Meadowwoods Drive, and I'd like to speak on the recycling center, keeping the recycling center, and then I'll speak on the contracting out the waste management or the garbage service. I wasn't really planning on that, but I got figures from Justin. It costs $28,000 waste management annually, and then about $17,500 in labor for 3 days a week. I would like, the recycle center is an asset to the community, to the residents. Now, don't come and say it's an asset in terms of to the city, but the residents really, really do love it, and they use it. And I'm suggesting that maybe we go to just Saturday. That would reduce about $12,000 in labor cost, or we could even, if you guys will continue to put it back in the budget, because the budget says that it's removed. The LCC, I've already talked to people in there. I think we could get enough volunteers to do a rotating volunteer schedule. I use the recycling center twice a week, once during the week, once on the weekend. And I can tell you, there are a lot of elderly people that use the recycling center. And I just think to pull it out of the budget without any real discussion is not a good thing. Now, we'll move on to the farming out the solid waste. I don't ever remember that being discussed in any meeting, so I guess y'all are having those discussions behind the scene. But I will tell you that I manage a property of 81 unit condo in Charlotte that has 18 recycle bins that Waste Management is contracted through the city of Charlotte. The one-armed bandit destroys trash cans. It breaks lids, it crushes them, it pops holes in them. So when you're negotiating a contract, if that's the way you're going to go, you need to work that whoever that contractor is, when they use a one-armed bandit, because I'm sure that's the way it's going to go, that they bear the expense of replacing the cans, because if you get a cracked lid or a cracked side, then the flies get in it, it's a mess. I think the quality of service with a one-armed bandit, the service is going to go down. Windy days, trash is going to fly all over. We have elderly people. I have one in my neighborhood that the trash men have got an agreement with the city where they go up the driveway and actually roll the can down. Jeff does. So they're still going to have to pick those up. And if you want to find other money to help subsidize the recycling center, I think Mr. Lynch's idea is good with a sticker to make sure it's only Lowell. We were doing quarterly bulk pickup and it was working fine. And then all of a sudden, the new council, Chitwood, Bates, and Shane came in and they moved it to monthly. That ran up the sanitation cost exorbitantly. When bulk pickup comes down my road, it's 2 men in a trash truck, or no, 3 men in a trash truck, and 2 men in a truck and a trailer picking up metal. That went from 12 days a year to 36 days a year. I mean, it's got to be tens of thousands of dollars. Does anybody really need bulk pickup every single month? I don't think so. I think quarterly is certainly sufficient. It was. So that's another source of revenue that could be moved around. So I appreciate you listening to me, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment?
Stephen Artiega, 1203 Jenna Lynn Court. I wanted to change up the topic a little bit, talk about something interesting. I don't know if anyone's seen these flock security cameras. They're going up all across the country, automated license plate readers. Trying to think. What I'm proposing that we consider is a community control over police surveillance ordinance. This would be something that would require oversight and a public hearing if we were ever to bring these cameras into the town. We're seeing a staggering proliferation of automated surveillance technology in these license plate readers. They're in over 5,000 communities in 49 states, over 90,000 cameras that perform a massive 20 billion vehicle scans every single month. We don't have to look far to see them. Right next door in Gastonia, there's 40 cameras right now constantly reading your license plate for their real-time crime center. Most everyday citizens are completely unaware of how prolific these mass surveillance programs are, and they've become quietly right on our doorstep. I want to be clear about what this technology does. These aren't standard traffic cameras. The AI builds a massive data profile from every single vehicle that passes, creating a unique vehicle signature. It logs your make, model, color, roof racks, bumper stickers, and body damage of your car. To illustrate what this might look like in practice, consider an average citizen driving through the town saturated with these cameras. Without ever being pulled over or suspected of a crime, an automated database could easily map out the exact route you take to drop your kids off at school, what time you get your groceries, or who you might be visiting based on how long your car is parked on a particular street. Consider what happens if your vehicle signature triggers a camera near a specific medical specialist or a family counselor on a Tuesday morning. In a vacuum, this is just a data point, a time-stamped license plate outside a clinic. But Flock's power doesn't stay local. Because of Flock Security's national lookup feature, data captured on a public street can be shared instantly across a nationwide network accessible by thousands of out-of-state agencies, federal departments with the click of a button. Landmark privacy studies and legal audits show that automated systems allow users, like police officers and agencies outside of our state, outside of our city, to run retrospective pattern of life searches. This means investigators from hundreds of miles away, without individualized warrants signed by a local judge, can retroactively map out every time your car was parked near a sensitive healthcare provider, a place of worship, or a political rally. By allowing an algorithm to stitch your physical location history across state lines, an isolated scan of your car on a public road instantly strips away your expectation of privacy, creating an intimate profile of your health, habits, and beliefs without any individual suspicion of wrongdoing. To my knowledge, Lowell doesn't currently operate any Flock cameras within city limits, and I want to commend the City Council for that. However, if the city or police department ever considers adopting this technology in the future, the decision-making process must be entirely transparent to the public. Decisions that track and log daily movements of Lowell residents should not happen through closed-doors administrative contracts or quiet budget allocations. A CCOPS framework would simply ensure that if mass surveillance tech is ever proposed in the future, the process must include mandatory public notice, independent privacy impact assessments, and an explicit vote by this elected council. As Lowell grows, we have the unique opportunity to lead Gaston County by example, proving that public safety and constitutional privacy can coexist. If anyone's curious about where these cameras are, there's an app, a website called DFlock, D-E, and then Flock, F-L-O-C-K, and you just type in your zip code and you will see thousands of these cameras, almost 1 million, littered across the country, 40 in Gastonia alone. They know where you are, they know your habits, they know everything about you, and these are quietly happening behind closed doors, and I think Lowell needs to take a proactive stance, creating an ordinance to make sure that this doesn't happen here as well.
Thank you. That's a great statement. Chief, I'd like to ask you a question, please, if you don't mind, along these lines. Do we have any of those Flock cameras operating in our city now? We do not? Okay, good. And if they ever do, we'll have, the council will have a vote to take care of it. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you. God bless you. Anyone else have anything they'd like to say? Go ahead. Just state your name and address, please.
Hey, Candy Funderburk, 600 Rogerson. I'd just like to say thank you, Larry, for doing the new mural. That's going to be amazing, and I appreciate you paying for it. I do believe the city could have paid for it or paid something, and so next time you want to give the Lowell Community Committee, my little group, some money, come and talk to us, because we could have put it into our budget and helped you out. But I appreciate you doing that, Larry. I really do. It's going to be gorgeous. And also, the trash being farmed out, y'all may not remember it, but a long time ago, that happened, and it didn't work out, being that they did their job, Waste Management or whoever did it, but the sanitation crew still had to go behind them because trash still came out, so there's time there. And I know you guys will research it and everything. That's something to look at. And also the community center, we had our meeting up there several weeks ago, and I was terribly upset because there was the original floor. When you walk in on the right side, that was an original floor, and here they're going to cover it. I mean, I almost cried. And I did talk to Ben about it, and the money had already been allocated and it had been ready to go, but that hurt my feelings that that floor was going to be taken up or covered over. So hopefully next time whoever's in charge of that can do some research on, that's a historic building. On the Gaston County list, it might be on the state list, I'm not sure, but that's a historical building. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Rick Essenwine, 605 McAdenville Avenue. I just have questions. Do we have an ordinance in this city about upkeep of private property?
Yes, we do.
Well, we have 2 abandoned houses in our neighborhood. Stuff is growing on the houses. Looks terrible. There's a house with junk cars behind it and grass and weeds is high. Thought I'd bring that up. My other question is, I know Route 7 is a state road. Is there any way we can get a 3-way stop at Stowe Drive so we can get out?
I think the best idea, I talked to the council about it 2 or 3 years ago, right here on Main Street, we turn right to go on McCampbell Road. That should be a sign that says no right turn on red, to give the people an opportunity to get out of their driveway, especially at Christmas time and all this, and when 85 is blocked and everyone's using that. That should be a no-brainer. But they got the no right-hand turn on to Main Street coming up from McCampbell Road, which is good because people, they tend not to merge over whatever. But all that together can coincide and make one beautiful thing. No right on red, period. And that gives people time to get out of their driveways. And courtesy. We should have signs that says courtesy. You know, courtesy, like we had back when I was growing up. People would kind of stop, slow down, let you get in, get out, and give you an opportunity. But it all goes back to how we were raised. But and in the meantime, we do need to put that no right on red, but I think it's something that the council can take care of. But that is a state road.
There's no courtesy involved when you're pulling out of Stowe Drive and try to turn left. There's a curve. You can look, there's nobody coming, you pull out and they're on your bumper.
Here's the thing.
35 is just a suggestion through there.
I think you got a great idea, but the best idea would be no right on red. And also, just little signs that it says courtesy, traffic entering the highway, whatever. You know, remind people just to be, slow down a little bit, let folks out of their driveway, everyone work together without having to put all these new stop signs and stuff that you have to get used to. But a no right on red would be beautiful. I think that would be good. And also, the folks coming up McCampbell Road from McCampbell, they have different ways to, get to the boulevard and bypass 85 and things like that before they get to 85 and also after they pass 85. But Lowell only has Oak Street, I think 3rd Street, right? Whatever it is, and that's all we have. And if they cut through your street or Stowe Drive and go down that way and go around and go down Spencer Mountain, that's going to create a big problem as well. We just have to have a little bit of common sense.
It's just turning left out of our neighborhood at rush hour.
I understand, yeah, and it's only when you have rush hour traffic, but and Christmas traffic. You're right, but we need to do our part.
Well, I know a back way for Christmas, so I'm good.
I understand. We need to do our part for the folks traveling through Lowell and to help our citizens live in Lowell and McCampbell Road. You're 100% right, and thank you for bringing it back to our attention. Thank you.
Yep, and I'm hoping you guys keep the garbage guys. They're really friendly and do an excellent job. And I've become friends with quite a few of them already.
That's something that has to be discussed by the whole entire council, the citizens will be informed. It's not going to be an overnight deal. It's going to take time to figure this thing out. But once we get a city manager, that whenever he or she comes in, they'll be the one to help lead this rodeo. But we appreciate you.
Thank you for listening to me.
Yes, sir, and God bless you, and thank you all of you for being here. Anyone else have a comment? Thank you. And go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Michelle Sebastian. I live at 2017 Marguerite. What drew my husband and I to Lowell in 2014 and prompted us to relocate here was the quaint small-town feel of the city, the positive energy of the community, and the bright possibilities for an even better city in the future. It was a city that embraced its past and looked forward to a future. There were leaders in place that were talented, educated, experienced, dedicated in their fields of expertise. They held public forums to gather ideas from residents, met with small business owners to promote investment, created community involvement committees, and garnered millions of dollars in grant money for infrastructure and improvements. That came to a halt with the slash and burn actions of the council in 2023. The elimination of personnel and reduction of taxes by 13%, they celebrated. Celebration time is over. Their fiscally inept actions have put this council in a position where they're scrambling to provide for basic services our community deserves and needs. But I'm getting ahead of myself and want to go back a decade or so when I came before a different city council and spoke for the first time, similar to what I'm doing today. My concern then was over the removal of a recycle dumpster. The next day, City Council member Candy Funderburg reached out to me and shared why this had occurred and what plans they had for a better recycling option for Lowell. And now here I am once again because the recycle center is in jeopardy and is not included in the proposed budget that might be voted on tonight. Convenient and effective community recycling programs not only send less waste to landfills, but also minimize community impact on the environment. This is not forward thinking. This should be expected in the 21st century for communities and neighborhoods. Remember that original dumpster I mentioned? After its removal, I temporarily had to use another facility in the county. What had been a 10-minute activity became a 40-minute chore. There are many seniors who rely on the Lowell Recycle Center. They may not be able to store large quantities of recyclables and haul them to distant locations. And busy families are also likely to find the process too arduous and opt out of participating. We appreciate the clean, convenient facility and find it irresponsible for the council to shut it down. You have a budget in the $7 million range, and you can't find $28,000 for the waste management contract, or $17,000 to pay the employees to run the facility. We don't know who on the council supports this closure because there haven't been any discussions in a public forum for residents to know about the potential change. Had you considered saving money by going back to bulk trash pickup quarterly rather than monthly? Or how about the center open only 1 or 2 days rather than 3? Did you reach out to the Lowell Community Committee or to the Lowell Women's Club to help brainstorm ideas on how to save this service or lean into the large volunteership these groups provide? The behind closed door only discussions that must have occurred now feel sneaky and cowardly. Chief Moore presented to this council data that showed that the Lowell Police Department employs fewer officers, are paid lower wages, and answer more police calls than the police departments of neighboring communities with similar demographics. They shared hard data, calculated formulas, and personal stories of officers arriving on a scene singly. I found it interesting in their budget notes that their request for 2 additional patrol officers would only get them closer to the recommended staffing levels. This also would provide for 2 officers on duty at all time. And they requested a salary increase that would put them competitive with other police departments. Neither of these requests are included in the current budget. The security of our residents provided by our police department and the safety of those police officers who put their lives on the line daily should be at the forefront of this council supporting financially. So let's talk dollars. How things could look different if the 2023 slash and burn would have been 10% rather than 13%, or if the council would consider increasing taxes. 1 cent provides $68,500 and would keep the recycle center fully operational as is. The additional 2 cents would cover the additional patrol officers. With the median property tax bill for homes in Lowell at approximately $2,400 per year, the 3% additional taxes would come out to be $6.25 per month per household. Seems like a small price to pay for the benefit it would provide. I encourage you to reconsider this proposed budget.
Thank you. I'd like to answer one of those questions for you. as far as the recycling deal, who do you think makes the money as far as the recycling? Waste Management is the biggest company all over the whole United States of America. And whatever you do that you think you're doing to make things better is not any better than anything else. Whatever goes into that bin, whatever you put in the garbage or whatever, when it gets to Waste Management, wherever it goes, they take that stuff out, they recycle, they make trillions of dollars off of what they do. I have no pity for them, but I do have pity for our citizens here. And also, don't make fun of reducing your taxes. We didn't reduce your taxes. Listen to what really happened. What really happened is this. The city council did reduce taxes from 49 cents to 35.5 cents, correct. But also, we inherited an expense to the county for our fire department, 11.5 cents. That's 47 cents. We're only saving 2 cents. If City of Gastonia had Lowell, just look at the benefits this city would have. You'd have transportation for the seniors to get to the doctor and things like that with these little vans that they have, and all the things that Gastonia offers, the arts and the crafts and all the things that they have. We're just a small city with big hopes and dreams, yes. But we've inherited one of the biggest albatrosses in the history of Lowell. When you go down Spencer Mountain, all these houses, that's great. Listen, you want growth, but you want to be ready for growth. Without being ready for growth, this is what you get. You get slapped in the face with expenses, and all this expenses mean that everything's going to go up. And once we get the money coming in for these houses, you can't just keep pushing this thing down the road and saying, well, it's going to get better, it's going to get better. No, it's not. The only way it's ever going to get better is when you take the bull by the horns and understand this. See, the new people come in, the old folks pay for the infrastructure here. The old people have been here for hundreds of years, since 1870, their families have paid for all the infrastructure. So these folks come in, these builders and contractors, they come in and reap the benefit and rape the city with they make a big profit. But the poor citizens of Lowell that have lived here all their life without nearly nothing, just like the ballpark, and no one ever talks about your ballpark out there being a gravel parking lot. You don't talk about anything that makes sense. And what we have to do is rebuild this city a little bit at a time, which this city council has. And we have made, listen, there's not a council ever set up here that hadn't made mistakes. And I'll be the first to admit, we all make mistakes. But listen, like we're having tonight, is this not beautiful? Having people come out and express their opinions, I think it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, and I love it. And I don't care if you stayed here at 4 o'clock in the morning. I love hearing from the people, because without hearing from you, we don't have no input. And what we make, our decision we make, is based upon what we know that we put in now. With all this information you brought to us tonight, it makes us smarter. We have to listen, and I'm willing to listen. And God forbid that we ever have a call and no policeman shows up. And I tell you right now, we need 13, but we don't have the money for 13 no matter what. If the tax rate was still like it was and you had the increase in the fire department, you'd be paying an enormous amount for taxes. But this council's taking the bull by the horns. Don't throw off on them. Understand this. I don't know what the lady's talking about in education or whatever. I've been in business 51 years, and I've never asked no one for a dime as far as helping me from grant money or whatever. I think grant money is good in its place, yes. But to go out here and create infrastructure for citizens like we have would be great. We have $1 million grant or whatever we're paying for. We had to pay it back every time we use it for the new sewer system, and we're growing and things are getting better. But listen, it's no expense to you. We don't want to be like these other cities, like Charlotte. Come in, they just hit you all at once. They don't care what your name is, where you live, or nothing else. You're gonna pay whatever they say. But this council takes into consideration of everything. Bear with us. It's a young council. They're still young. I'm the oldest one here, and I'm gonna be gone for long, up in heaven, I hope. But anyway, but they're gonna still be stuck here with taking care of things. And always come to these meetings and offer your expertise and whatever you think it is, and the council will listen. And I'll shut up and thank you, and God bless all of you. Anyone else have anything they'd like to say? All right, thank you. All right, there being no other comments, we'll go ahead and move forward with the agenda. All right, we need to adopt the agenda for this meeting.
Mayor, before we make that,
You got to change something?
I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda.
All right.
I would like to add closed session, reference 143-318, point 11, subsection 6.
That'll be at the end of the meeting.
That'll be in the closed session, section 8. Section 8.
So that'll be at the end of the meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that'll be at the end of the meeting. Okay, we have a motion to change the
Mr.
agenda?
Mayor, I also would like to make an amendment to the budget. If we could move.
To the motion.
Or to the agenda, I'm sorry. If we could move 6C above 6A, that applicant is here.
Okay.
And if we could get that over with.
Okay,
And
6C?
then be able to leave and not have to stay for the public
Okay,
hearing.
that's great. Okay, well, if you would make that in form of motion, add both of them together and just change the agenda, be fine. Who wants to make the motion? You're just gonna add this to your motion, what he said,
Okay, I make the motion
with his addition?
that with Councilman Smith addition to move
6C.
item 6C to 6A and 6A down to 6C.
Okay, having discussion, all in favor? Thank you, that's great. All right, and then the no, we have the adoption of the agenda as written, correct?
Approval of the minutes.
I approve of the minutes, okay, I'm sorry.
Make a motion to approve the minutes from May 12th.
Second.
Okay, any discussion, all in favor? Thank you. All right, then the presentation of the Juneteenth, Scott, if you'll take care of that, my eyes are killing me, you know that, but thank you.
It's going to be a proclamation for 04-2026 recognition of Juneteenth 2026. Proclamation as read. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring the slaves in Confederate territory free, paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas the celebration of the end of slavery, which became known as Juneteenth, is the oldest known celebration commemorating the ending of slavery in the United States, when Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865, bringing news that the Civil War had ended and that the Emancipation Proclamation had declared all enslaved people free nearly 2.5 years earlier. And whereas the first Juneteenth celebration was a time for reassurance, prayer, and to gather family members and neighbors, and today is a time of remembrance and celebration within communities throughout the country that promotes and cultivates knowledge and appreciation of African American history and culture, while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all people and cultures. And whereas this year's Juneteenth celebration takes place in Gaston County during the period of June the 12th through Thursday, June 27th. On June the 27th, Cherville will have a celebration at 406 South Jacob Street from 5 to 8 p.m. Bessemer City will have their 8th annual Juneteenth Festival at Centennial Park, 114 West Virginia Avenue on June 12th from 6 to 10. Belmont will have their celebration at Stowe Park, 24 South Main Street, on the 20th from 2 to 9 p.m. Gastonia will celebrate their annual Ebony Fest Juneteenth Festival at the Renlo Ballfield in Renlo, North Carolina on June the 13th. And the Rotary Pavilion in Gastonia will be held on the 19th. Renlo Milltown Night will be held on June the 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. See GoGaston.org, GoGastonNC.org for other events. Now therefore,
Larry Simon, Mayor Lowell.
do hereby declare June the 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in the city of Lowell, North Carolina, and urge all citizens to join in celebrating a day so significant in the history and heritage of our nation and city. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Lowell to be affixed this 9th day of June 2026.
Thank you, Scott. And we need a motion to adopt this, please.
Make a motion to accept the Juneteenth proclamation.
Have a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. I'll sign that, Scott. Then I'll pass it down to the clerk. Just to save her. Yeah, that's yours. I've been writing on mine. Thank you. I'll just pass it down that way. I'll have to come down. Thank you. you would pass this down to the clerk and she can file that. Thank you, thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda will be the consent agenda. We need a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Make a motion, we adopt the consent agenda.
Have a
Second.
second, Mr. Smith. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you, unanimous. All right. And the new business we were talking about a while ago, you want to move 6C to the top, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's move 6C to the top and talk about the grant. Who's here tonight with that? Okay, I'm sorry.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Knox. I'm the chair of the Lowell Community Committee. And tonight we have a facade grant applicant that we would like to present to you. You should have everything in your packet. The applicant, Jake, is here tonight if we have any questions for him. But he has purchased I guess, Larry, you told me his old movie theater across the street.
Yes, that's correct.
And he is going to turn that into a gym,
A Pilates studio, and a really nice workout spot. Going to spend a ton of money. He's planning on spending about $100,000 just on the front facade. So obviously our grant would be small compared to that, but yet it would be something meaningful and form a good relationship. They plan on doing health clinics with the city and really partnering with the city. And by restoring that building, it's going to be a great thing. So we've got two quotes here, one from Rock Hill Glass, and then Mullis Construction Group is going to be the contractor on there. So if you have any questions, be glad to answer them, or have Jake tell you a little
Who
bit.
did y'all recommend, Mr. Knox? Who did y'all recommend to do the job?
We recommended Mullis Group, Mullis Construction Group.
And it's
That
in-
quote is a little bit lighter, a little smaller.
Okay. But it's in, your money's in you already have the money in the LCC to take care of it?
Yes, and
It's just a facade grant. We're awarding him $2,500.
Okay.
yeah, it's a $2,500 maximum,
Okay. We need a
and
motion then to go ahead and take care of this and award it to the Mullis Group, is that correct?
Awarded
to Jake Hoyle,
Okay, so he'll take care of
the
it.
applicant, and then once the work's complete, we'll go through the whole process of
All right, we just
settling
need
up with
we just
him.
need a consent and motion from the council to take care of this.
I'll make a motion we award the facade grant to Fitness Wellness LLC
Second.
for $2,500.
Okay, any discussion? Motion second, Mr. Bates, discussion. All in favor? Thank you. And I want to give you a big hand. Everybody, we need to thank you for coming and spending your hard-earned money.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Candy, for making the connection. So give you guys, I know you guys have your minutes. Just give you a blurb about myself. I've been in business since 2009. I'm the product of a 2008 auto relief from Freightliner. My father lost his job. I built this business then. I grew up in Dallas, North Carolina. I've been here for 6 years. We've been able to employ 7 people. We have some amazing plans for this building. We really want to see Lowell grow. We want to be a big part of that, be a big pioneer here. We know that what's coming. We've got housing developments. We have a lot of opportunity to grow. And someone said something earlier about, seniors not having access to things, and this is a big thing we want to do. We actually have many affluent people that come to our facility. We service 350 to 400 sessions per week. And we have a revolving door in the little location we have right beside you guys. But one of the partners that we have is the nurse educator for Belmont Abbey. And what we want to do, absolutely free for the city of Lowell, is give an opportunity for people to come by and do health screenings. You can get your A1C checked, blood pressure checked, know your numbers. We're going to do that quarterly free. So it's just some exciting news I want to tell you. We're more than a gym. We're a place where we transform lives. We bring out the best in people, and we couldn't be in a better place to do it. We're excited to bring it to Lowell. So.
And thank you so much for taking that building and doing something with it. And we
Grateful
appreciate
to do it.
all the citizens, all of it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, then the next thing will be, I guess, the public hearing for the budget, correct?
For Brownfield.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my eyes are killing me. Public hearing for Brownfield agreement. Do you have a motion for that? Or any discussion? I guess you got that, Ben.
We have individuals here in the
Oh,
audience,
okay,
Mr.
good.
Mayor.
I'm sorry. Anyone like to
I
speak on
think
that?
You first need to go into public hearing on this.
Oh, it's a public hearing for the Brownfield as well?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion, we go into public hearing for the Brownfield agreement.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? We're now in public hearing. Who would like to speak first?
have Greg Eisenhower, he's with Mid-Atlantic.
I'll just do a brief background for Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Appreciate that. So this is the Brownfields Agreement, as the council knows, would apply to the old Yorkshire America site. Prior to that, Crompton and Knowles site, which the city acquired several years ago by donation. There's been a substantial expenditure on an effort to demolish the previous chemical plant that was there. And so the purpose of the Brownsfield agreement is twofold. One is it sort of provides a balance between protecting the public interest in this property in terms of not allowing uses that would endanger the public, while protecting the city's interest in being able to develop that, whether it's as a public works facility, which is one of the plans, or park, or if the city would ever decide to sell or dispose of the property, to have some liability protections as a seller. So we have two individuals that have worked for a lot of time. The Brownsfield Agreement is a contract between the city and the state of North Carolina that provides those protections. Greg Eisenhower, who is with Mid-Atlantic, he's our environmental consultant. Steve Weber, who's an attorney in Charlotte, has done a lot of municipal Brownfield Agreement legal work. You all had the draft agreement last month. I think there were possibly some questions about fees or other issues, so we brought them.
DQ's already signed off on everything, correct?
I'm going to defer to Steve and Greg, if that's all right, Mayor, to sort of explain where we are and how, but yes, this has been reviewed and negotiated with DEQ.
That's good news. Mr. Eisenhower, I guess, if you'd like to speak first, or thank you. Just state your name, please, for all the folks here tonight, and who you're with, please.
Sure, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. My name is Greg Eisenhower. I'm with Mid-Atlantic Associates in Charlotte. I'm a professional geologist in the state of North Carolina and manage our Charlotte operations, and we've been working with the city of Louisville for probably about 4 or 5 years now on this project. The main takeaway from an environmental perspective on this property is you folks are in just an absolutely unique position in that when Yorkshire Americas went bankrupt, there was a set aside of monies to deal with environmental issues on all of their facilities. And that doesn't happen often. To date, the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality has spent out of that fund somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.1 million on this site. It has been completely, thoroughly investigated. There's nothing on this site environmentally that we don't know. What this agreement will allow you to do, as John had mentioned earlier, is give you a path forward for safe redevelopment of this property. And it will provide an opportunity to make the property reuse. It's safe for the intended reuse, and it does provide liability protection down the road should you need it. The main takeaway is all the heavy lifting has been done. The last part of this process is the execution of that Brownfield agreement, which I think is largely done. The draft's been reviewed, and I think the state is about ready to sign off on it. And that will be a real asset for the community.
And the money's still left over in the bankruptcy deal where this grant money was paid. Is there any money still left, or has all the money been exhausted? I know they had a lot of lawsuits and things that they were trying to settle.
I don't know for sure. One thing is that Yorkshire America's parent company had multiple facilities. So the money that was set aside, I believe it was about $4.7 million, $4.7 million was set aside. That was to be applied to all of their different facilities. I mean, not just the facility here in Louisville, but I think certainly Louisville got its fair share of those funds relative to what needed to be done, to understand the site environmentally and also make it safe for reuse.
Thank you. I'm glad that, people finally stepped forward and let us know that I've been talking about this for 3 years. How much money would we get, and if there's anything still left? I know they paid for the initial cleanup out of the $1.1 million, which is great, like you said. Now the city can move forward once they get the clean bill of health from DQ, and then they can move forward with whatever they want to do, build a public works, whatever, and sell part of it and pay cash for the rest of it, what you want to do. It's a great asset now, thanks to being cleaned up the correct way, and the only way would be to do it the correct way. And y'all have done a great job doing it, and I personally appreciate it, and I know the council does as well. And do we need any motion from, for anything on this, Mr. Attorney?
You will need a motion to
Accept.
We're out to close the public hearing. And then to approve the agreement, I didn't know if there were any other questions about.
What kind of time frame? So the only question I have is, so I don't know if this is a generic, it's 75 pages, so this is quite large, 70-something pages, it's quite large agreement. So what kind of time frame are we looking at? And the reason I ask is the council is looking for a new city manager, and, you know, I don't know if there's something that he may want to incorporate with that agreement or not, if this is kind of a fine print that's similar for all agreements, or if this is strictly just all the details between law for that site, or?
Well, I'll defer to Steve because he's the legal expert here for sure. But generally speaking, all brownfield agreements have some commonalities to them, but they are tailored specific for the site, the uses, the contaminants you have there, and then what your proposed uses are. So it's not a boilerplate one size fits all, although each agreement does incorporate. It's essentially a covenant not to sue. And embedded in there are going to be some land use restrictions. What you can do, what you can't do. And if you want to do something, this is the procedures you follow. Those are common to all agreements, but to your point, no, it's been tailored specifically for this site and the conditions of this site. And it'll, you know exactly what you can and can't do, and it specifies.
If the council approves this, Yorkshire America will be relieved of all future, I guess, lawsuits or potential lawsuits. Is that correct? Mr. Attorney. Yeah.
Step up here.
Thank you. You look like that guy from South Carolina that's they're trying for murder. What's his name?
Well, I got out of prison for this evening's conversation.
It kind of made me nervous.
I got a new trial.
I kept looking. I can't hardly see, but I thought, man, Murdoch's coming at me.
I get that sometimes.
I thought we need a little bit of sense of humor. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, so your question was if Yorkshire Americas is off the hook here. They got off the hook in bankruptcy, and it just so happened that this property was essentially donated to you all. What you did is get all the protections under the Brownfields agreement, which is, Greg mentioned it, but it's one of the best deals I've ever seen, and I've done hundreds of these Brownfields agreements. And the fact that you all got the property for a donation, then you got the cleanup of the property for the donation, and now you're going to be able to develop it. It's just extraordinary. You guys have done well.
But Yorkshire, they don't fail to neglect this. You know, they're pretty sharp. They were looking out for their best interests, as you well know, and I don't. That's good. It's a win-win situation. Don't get me wrong, but this is not a one-sided deal. This is tremendous for all their parties and our party, because we can do something with it. And this, once this public hearing is closed, this public hearing part is closed, the council can vote on it. And if you want time to study those 75 pages, Mr. Russell, have you looked at this?
So I have looked at the.
Anything standing out as far as anything we need to be aware of?
I think the main thing that I would take away from the city standpoint is there are use restrictions that are part of that. That's part of a Brownsfield agreement. So this property could not be developed as a residential property. It couldn't be sold to a residential developer. And so there are, and that's part of the reason why I think over time, Public Works would be one possibility. Parks with hardscape in certain areas would be another possibility. But there are other things. So one of the things that Greg and Steve have done have baked into the option of doing some commercial things, some other things, and maybe if you had questions, they could expand on that. I didn't know if your question, Shane, had to do with could it be amended if the city wanted to go in a different direction at a later date? Is that what you were asking?
Does it have to be sealed? I mean, once we approve the agreement, is that pretty much set in stone?
Can you answer that, Steve, on is there a process for amending and how would that work?
Yeah, happy to. I mean, the Brownfield agreements can be amended at any time. It's an agreement between the city and the state. And so as long as the city keeps its obligations, the state's going to stay away from us. The state's not going to sue us. We have protection from other people suing us. And the good thing is that there are a number of uses baked into this agreement. And I have them listed, and I'll just read. These are the uses that you all can put to this. institutional, office, parking, public facility, retail, warehousing, entertainment, event space, greenway, public park, open space, recreation, and other commercial uses. So it's really the gambit of uses. And if there's something in there that you decide to do later that's not in here, we just go back to the state and get it amended.
As far as, yeah, as far as that type, the property over there, it's gotta be something really industrial, as far as to, you know, for the city to come out with tax base and whatever, and also to pay cash for our facility without having to borrow money, by selling a portion of it, half of it, whatever. And that's a win-win situation. Also DQ's already signed off on their part of it when you first initially got the brownfield, got it cleaned up. Everything's been met and satisfied, to my knowledge, and I know the previous city manager, Mr. Attaway, and after he was here for a while under us, all that was signed, as you know, Mr. Russell. All that from DQ has already been in place, and it's been okayed. And then the final thing will be them to sign off, after this public hearing's over, whether the council voted up or down, they'll have the final say-so, correct?
DEQ would also have to approve the
Yes,
agreement.
sir.
They have been involved, as you said, all
along.
throughout.
Yeah, all along,
But, and they've been involved in negotiating it, and so we have, I think, every expectation they would approve.
And if
And
you
they
can-
will approve
If
it.
you can satisfy those people, you did a hell of a job. So-
Well, see, the excellent thing about this is usually you have an environmental consultant like Greg cleaning it up, and then you take it to DEQ and say, is this okay? And DEQ says, well, I don't know. Here, you have DEQ cleaning it up, taking it to itself. What is itself going to say? Of course it's good. So we take away that element in that, which makes it really extraordinary.
That's why I said they're already committed, so they're, you know, they're more committed than we are. We're reaping the benefit from what's already happened, like you said, is true.
That's right.
And it's up to the council to, you know, approve this, but I think we need a motion to go out of public hearing. Unless the council has any more questions.
I've got a question.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
What prevents that property from residential houses or whatever being built? And I guess my question is, you can do parkways, parks, greenways, whatever, you can have all this stuff, but you can't put houses on it.
That's right.
I guess I don't really get the concept there.
So there are certain areas that still have low levels of environmental impact on the properties or in the groundwater. And so there are some land use restrictions that don't allow things like playgrounds and homes, those sorts of things, because there's vapor intrusion, fumes and such that come up. But what you can do is for commercial properties and other sorts of uses, you can put down barriers that don't allow that. It's just that the evaluation is people come onto parks, they leave. They come into commercial places and they leave. In homes, you're staying there every day, all day for 30 years. And so it's just a restriction. Now, I will say, if that groundwater contamination ever goes away or anybody decides to clean it up, we can go back to DEQ and actually allow houses. So there is an avenue to do that, but it takes a good bit to clean the rest of it up.
And the beautiful part, Scott, the beautiful part about this thing, the river right behind all that property, that's the most beautiful piece of property in Gaston County. And it's unmolested, and it could be something tremendous, like boat docks, whatever. You know, if people want to invest the money, there's plenty of things that could be done legally, and it's not gonna hurt anyone. And like Scott said, but it takes like 1,000 years maybe for the red dyes and all that stuff to get to where you can really have people, you know, folks living in homes and things like that. But as far as walking on top of the ground, things like that, it's very accessible and it's very, and those people, if DEQ signs up on something, they've examined everything, you can believe it, because they're like Roto-Rooter. And if we got their blessing, and I know we have, and then once we turn this back over to DEQ, I'm sure they're gonna sign up, because we really got them by the toes, the elbows, and everything else, because they've already initiated this thing, and they understand it. This has been followed all the way from A to Z through the state, and the folks up there in Mooresville, they've been right here with us. And I know for a fact, they would not sign off on it in the interim. Anytime when we've had tests, things that have happened that's been signed off on and completed, as you well know. So it's really a no-brainer. So it's up to the council. Do you have any more questions? I'm sorry.
So one other thing I have is like some of the fees that are, you know, if you're developing it and you go over a certain amount of time, the fees, what are those based on? Is that like a standard fee that gets paid to DEQ, to the state? I mean, how exactly does that?
Yep. So how it works is you all paid $2,000 to start, and that was paid a long time ago. Once, and by the way, DEQ told me they'll sign this if you sign it, so we're good there. But once both parties sign it, another $6,000 seals the deal. Then if there's any active construction, that period of active construction, it's $10,000 a year. And what that is that's for DEQ to watch over the site, to make sure the construction is going okay. Once it doesn't start until construction begins. So if you hold the property for 10 years, you pay nothing. Once construction starts, $10,000 a year till you stop.
If you were doing a phase 1, phase 2, say of Public Works, does that phase 1, that's $10,000 a year, you build phase 1, and there is no $10,000 a year, or is that $10,000 every year until you get completely built out?
It depends on how you phase it. If you do phase 1 and stop work, then the money stops. If you pick up phase 2 a year later, the money starts. But if you do phase...
If you go a year in between, then you wouldn't pay for that year.
Or 10 years, yeah, exactly.
But that's for them to come out and check everything, the fees and things, that's for them to monitor what's taking place, correct?
Yeah, there's something called an environmental management plan that your contractor would have to have, and they would just have to follow that, and DEQ would make sure they follow it.
Any more questions from any council members or attorney, you have any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Blackburn, you have any questions?
No, sir.
Any?
Public comment?
Yeah, we're still, yes, you can ask a question. This is a public hearing. Anyone that has a question, yes. It's a public hearing. Thank you, sir.
Stephen Artiega, 1203 General Inn Court. I had a copy on my phone. Does anyone happen to have a copy of the actual large page document? If not, no worries.
I do.
May I borrow that?
Absolutely.
Just briefly.
You can have it.
75, isn't it?
Well, there's other stuff.
Okay.
You good?
Keep that.
Enjoy the read.
You gotta hurry and get back down to the jailhouse, man.
Work with it.
I'm just kidding.
I think I was just looking briefly earlier at 13Q. It was the section that had prohibited any sort of occupation from any like future enclosed buildings until we got a professional engineer to do a vapor intrusion mitigation system. I was just curious if, I mean, this question might not even be applicable, but what the projected structural engineering and long-term costs are for an engineer to do something like that, and if that's something we have planned out into the budget, or if that's something we would address later down the road.
I can address that if you'd like.
Go ahead, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'll swap with you.
Y'all can stand together.
Stay here if you have more questions.
Okay.
So what he's talking about is the section on vapor intrusion, and that's basically like I talked about when the fumes could come up from the contaminated groundwater and get into a structure. And so it's very, very common in a construction that you fold what's called a vapor barrier into the cost and the budgeting. And it's essentially a liner that goes down either beneath the slab or on top of the slab, prevents the vapors from coming up. And so that would be designed and in the bid process.
It's also like a natural spring, well, you'd have to fix the problem so the water wouldn't come up through your floor or mess up your structure. And also the vapors, like you're talking about, you wouldn't want no one dying from some contamination. And that's a building, that's for our benefit, because whoever did the building would have to have the permits, and they would have to know what they would be up against. And then they would all be included in the price of whatever we did with the property or someone else, correct?
Yeah, because the contractor would get this contract, and then we'd have to bid based on the specifications from the contract for vapor intrusion. So it'd be part of the bid process.
Just like any process on any part of the land in the city limits of Lowell now, it has to meet all the zoning ordinances, everything that adheres to whatever it has to adhere to, correct?
That's right.
Correct.
Yep.
And thank you. Have any more questions,
That
gentlemen?
Yes,
You want to keep that? It's all yours. No? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Murdock, you're a special guest tonight. Thank you, sir. And anyone else have questions? Now, any citizen can ask a question about this, and you're quite welcome to. And that's why a public hearing is so important. to get the input from the people. So if you have any questions, now's the time to do it. I see no questions, so I'd like to recommend we have a motion to go out of public hearing.
Make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you, unanimous. All right, now, it's up to the council to approve this or put it off, but I strongly suggest that
I'll
with the
make a
information we
motion to
have.
approve the
That's good.
brownfield.
That's good. All right, have a motion to approve, have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, and thank all of you. Thank you, Mr. Eisenhower. You worked hard.
Thank you much.
And
Appreciate
Mr.
it.
Attorney, thank you. Thank you. God bless you. You behave in jail now. Behave yourself. Thank you now. All right. The next item is going to be the public hearing for the budget, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We need to go in public hearing, need a motion to go in public hearing and discuss the budget, upcoming year's budget.
Make a motion. Go ahead. Make a motion to go into public hearing for fiscal year 26-27 budget.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. We're now in public hearing. I don't know if, Ben, I guess you can take it to start with, and if citizens have any question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The city council and the mayor and staff have worked over the past 4 or 5 months on this budget. And first of all, I'd like to really commend the council and the staff for working together in this time period, especially with myself as interim manager. But the budget presented to you that you have, and it has been advertised and is online for public consumption as well. If you'll look at it, it is for the general fund is $4,535,720. And then you have in the water and sewer a $2,065,750 budget. I would note that this proposed budget, in comparison with the budget that we're currently under, is 14% less than it was this year in the general fund, and it's also 15% less in the water and sewer fund. Some of the highlights that I'd like to let the public know, the council knows, obviously the recycling center is not included in this fiscal year budget. Also would note that sanitation has not been farmed out. It has not been discussed in the last couple of months. So the sanitation department is still intact, and for that. The only increase, there's no tax increase, there's no fee increase, with the exception of water and sewer. That's a 5% increase, and that's coming through Two Rivers where we receive our water. And then, of course, with the inflationary cost in treating our wastewater as well. Also, another highlight, the only capital expense that we have is a new patrol car for the police department. There is an additional employee that will be going into the Parks and Recreation Department, and there is a 5% COLA, or cost of living increase, for our employees. That is the highlight. I'd like to state this also, after thanking the staff and the council for working together with this. I want to let everyone know, and I think the council would also agree, that this budget was put together with the taxpayer, our customer, and our residents, thinking about the impact it would have on them. So from the staff perspective, it's a fair budget across the board. It is less, and that's probably on me as an interim manager, because an interim manager should not be tasked with doing great things, because that should belong to your full-time manager and your council members and your community. So it is a bare bones budget, but it does address the operations for the community in that regard. And so I would leave it up, Mr. Mayor, council members, for any public comments at this time.
Do we have any concerns from the citizens? You're more than welcome to speak.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. If you would just step up to the podium and just tell us your name again. We just want to do things by the book. We only got one book. It's a little simple.
Patrick McGann, 4032 River Falls Drive.
Yes, sir.
I run
retail businesses for 45 years or so. I'm used to reading the P&L. This is a little different. Can you explain to me the difference between the general fund unobligated with the 6.7 million? We have a CIF fund, which has 4.2 million in it, and then we have the operating budget. Where's the extra money that's in the general unobligated fund?
It's all budgeted in there with the SCIF money and all that stuff. It's all self-explanatory. The money's there in case we need it. We don't have a line item budget where we have to adhere to that budget. If we need to move money around at the council's discretion, they can vote at any time if they had an emergency or something to move money around. So we don't obligate ourselves and hold our hand down to where we can't do anything with your money. The taxpayers own this place. This is a business, like I talked with Ben earlier today. This is a business, correct?
Sure,
This is a
absolutely.
business, and the P&L is right there in front of you. We can't have a loss. It's your money.
No offense, Mayor, but when I read a P&L, I see income, I see
Right.
expenses, and I see whether I'm over or under in
Right.
terms of a
Yes,
profit or
sir.
loss. We don't have that here. We have the various expenses from the various.
Yeah, you base your numbers on what the costs are.
Yeah.
Through the research from our department heads and the staff. Also, you look at past expenditures and how that's been. You look at your consumer price index and inflationary rates, and then you look at a crystal ball and to try to get a budget together. But when you talk about some of the SIF and the unappropriated, that's kind of like your household where you got a savings account. So anytime that we have where revenues exceed expenditures, that excess money goes basically into the checking or the savings account.
Right.
So Lowell has been fortunate over the past number of years that revenues have always exceeded expenditures.
That was my bottom line question.
Yes, sir.
Are we running at a deficit or are we running at a surplus? Are we running at a surplus?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
We're spending less money this year than we did last year, but the money's still there. Everything's there. No one's taking any money. We're not obligating ourselves to where we cannot, we have to be able to operate this city. And by moving money, whatever became necessary.
But hurricanes come
Yeah.
in, and that's why you need a healthy fund balance, and that savings account is called fund balance.
I want to make sure I understood your definitions for things.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's a very good question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Lynn Brown McKinney, 5001 Roseboro Court. And thank you very much. This is a very inclusive budget and very complete. I have one recommendation on presentation. I would ask if you could put, you have the full year 25-26, and then fiscal year 26-27. If you could add another column that says percent change, either plus or minus, because that'll just give us a quick overview of how much we're going up and how much we're going down, so we can zero in on where the big changes are. And then where you do have the explanation and the comments, you can use that more to explain why that is. And I want to sort of emphasize one of the points that was made by, I can't recall, I think the first gentleman, about when you do an increase in salaries, that there should be, and I agree with him, that there should be an evaluation of the employees. And I'm sure that you do it. I'm sure, I worked in corporate for years, and I'm sure you do evaluations of people before you give them an increase. And which is why at one of the last meetings you talked about just giving across the board the same increase. I'm totally against the same increase for everybody, because everybody is not doing the same level job. I believe that people should get an increase based upon how well they're doing the job. People should be evaluated and rated. If they're doing a number one performance, a great performance, then they get whatever. They get 10% increase. If they're doing a level 3 or 4 performance, a lower performance, then they get a 5% or no increase. So I agree that there should be, there should be some sort of evaluation, but I'm assuming that you guys are already doing evaluations, and I'm hoping the management team, the interim or the the manager is ensuring that there are yearly evaluations going on. On the recycling, I'm more in favor of the recycling. I would expect that maybe once a week would probably suffice. On the bulk pickup, now I'm single, I don't have any children living with me anymore, so I don't generate a lot of trash or a lot of bulk pickup. So, once every month, I don't need that. But there may be other people that need it once a month. But once a quarter, 4 times, 5 times a year is fine with me. But I do appreciate all the work that goes into this, and I do appreciate the detail that goes into this. When we get into all of the other levels of detail and some of the technical terms that were being talked about, I can't address some of those. So I know all of you guys are smarter than me on some of those, so you have to make those kinds of decisions. But I appreciate the hard work that you're all putting in on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Bill Knox, 5105 Meadowwoods Drive. Concerning the budget, I really have questions about the police. Jeff Harrison and Chief Moore presented a pretty detailed proposal about wanting 2 more officers and to get the patrol officers up to par with surrounding counties, which would have been a 15% pay increase. I understand you're doing a 5% COLA across the board, but Chief Moore and Jeff Harrison did not even ask for a raise, but there's going to be about $9,000 or so in their raise that they didn't ask for. It would be nice if we could distribute that back into the patrolmen. And then I don't know if anybody's ever heard how we got to 35-cent tax cut. It was in 2023 when Mr. Chitwood, Mr. Bates, and Shane were elected. It was in the first budget session, first budget meetings. They went line by line by line item with the then city manager, and they were able to cut 5 cents out of the tax rate. They took 2 cents out of the SIF fund. It was 6 cents. Then they took 2 cents out of that, so it became 4 cents. That's the infrastructure account for future needs that really probably should be fully funded. I think one of the 9 budgets had 2 more cents coming out of that, but it doesn't look like this budget that's proposed is doing that. At the end of those budget meetings, the then city manager looked at everybody. The late Phil Bonham was here, rest his soul. Travis was here, and asked everybody about 5 times if they were good with that. Are you good with that? Ask everybody individually. And everybody said yes, 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 yes. So at the end of that meeting, walked out, 5-cent tax cut, 2 cents out of the COLA, dropping the tag fee, which is about $31,000 in revenue. Then about 3 weeks later, the story goes, I don't know if it was Chitwood or Bates or Shane, which one of them at 4 o'clock in the afternoon walked down to the city manager's office, asked to have an appointment, and cut 6 employees, fire 6 employees out of the budget. After the entire budget meeting, that was never brought up. So I just felt like that was disingenuous. I think, Ben, you as a city manager could relate to that coming later after the fact, knowing that you were going to do that because you told the city manager that you did not want any department heads in that meeting in 2023, the 3 meetings, because you knew at that time you were going to get rid of those people. So it just seems like it was disingenuous, dishonest that you beat all you could beat out of the budget and then later came back 3 weeks later or whatever it was and dropped the bomb on defunding 6 positions. The 6 positions, fine, they could have been cut. But I think we're facing an issue now where we're lacking revenue. The police can't get what they want. You canceled the canine program. The day you walked in, it cost $15,000 in one of your meetings. The chief, Harrison, and the city manager at that time, this is the second city manager, came with 2 different proposals for police vehicles. They wanted V8s. They gave you the research on it. You guys made them get V6s. You saved $3,000 a unit. Okay. So it just seems like at every turn, the police are not getting what they deserve. Crime is up. We just had a bust in Riverview, 15 kilos of coke. A week later, the feds busted a house down in there, I'm told. So I would just like to see whatever we need to do to support our police officers. We need a couple of more officers. Mr. Mayor, you said we need 4 more officers. We don't need 4. Even if we got 1 more, that would be great. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Yeah, well, let me
I'd
answer.
just like to
Yeah, go ahead.
make a statement on that. So what he's failing to tell everybody is the year prior to that, reevaluations hit. And when your home got reevaluated, your taxes skyrocketed. So what the city done was the next year, they went revenue neutral. They didn't cut back 17 cent, 14 cent, whatever, out of the budget. They went revenue neutral. We actually took in more money the year that we dropped the taxes than we did the previous year. On top of that, the council sent the fire department to be funded through the county, which now you have an 11-cent additional tax to
11.5
that.
cents.
Or 11.5-cent additional tax to that. So it's not like the council just cut money out and, hey, we went from positive to negative.
I didn't say I just said what you cut. I didn't put a dollar amount on it.
Well, you said how we got to 35.5 cents. That basically.
Well, I told you exactly how you got to it. You got to it by taking the 5% out in the budget meetings and then coming back and dropping the hammer on the 6 people. That's it. It's it.
And that was no secret that we were looking to get rid of those positions. That's what we campaigned on.
You're right. You're right.
It's
But it
no
was never
secret.
discussed, Mr. Bates, in the meetings as a respectful thing to the manager and all of the councilmen. That's, I think, what the problem is. There's a lot of stuff done between the back door, behind the scenes, when it's not talked about in the meetings.
Well, that goes back to the point you made about the trash earlier, going to contract. That we discussed in this room in a meeting that you weren't in, about contracting services. I believe he went out and got a contract from Busy Bees or something. He came in with a proposal or asked for a quote for contracting services out. We got multiple different quotes after that. So it's been discussed, not that we're doing it. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. There's nothing set in stone about it, but.
Correct, and we just heard
with-
about that, whether it was in a closed session or not, I don't know, it wasn't
It was in
obviously
an open session.
wasn't top sensitive information, but we only heard about that as a community on a live. Now, so that's why people are talking about it.
But a lot of problem is, and I'm gonna address this because it's becoming a problem. Nobody wants to call the council and talk to them. Nobody wants to come to these meetings and listen to what's going on. And sometimes I understand they can't. And I think recently, last couple of meetings, we've just started putting on YouTube the budget meetings. But there's a lot of misinformation going on.
I come to every meeting, Mr. Bates, you know
Not
that.
every meeting.
I missed one meeting with back surgery.
That's really, I'm saying people in general, citizens.
Okay, well, I'm just talking about the stuff that I'm talking about here.
Well, I'm talking about how all this misinformation is getting out on Facebook, and certain people are only telling half of what's going on. If citizens want to know what is happening and what is going on, I assure you can call all 5 of the council members. They'll be transparent, upfront, 100% honest, and tell you what you want to know.
Okay.
But you need to quit listening to the hearsay out here when you're only getting half of the information, or you only want to put half of the information out for political gain. I'm done with it. If you want to know the truth, call the council. That's why we're here. Our numbers are listed. Everything's public. I'm like Councilman Chitwood. I would rather you call than sit here and go into a long email or something like that. And I try to respond every once in a while on Facebook, but it's just a whole different show when you get on Facebook. Everybody wants to argue, and everybody knows all the facts and the truth, but they don't. They don't come to the ones that are making the decisions and ask us what's going on. Call us. Quit listening to everybody else, what they think's going on, or, you know, all of a sudden, we're going to contract trash. No, we're not. It's just a discussion to see if we can save money. So that's all it is. But yet you got people on Facebook, we're losing our trash man. It's going to be contracted. No, it's not. It's just a discussion to see if we can help the citizens and save this town some money. That's all we're looking for.
Here's the thing that's not been mentioned at all. You know, when we first got elected, it was in 24 when we actually had our first meeting in January. We didn't have a meeting until January 24. And all these folks that were up here working, they were working on this government contract called ARPA and all these things. But all that was coming to an end. And what would have to happen to keep their jobs, the taxpayers would have to pay those funds in private sector to these jobs. This council did make the right decision as far as getting rid of those ARPA employees and the government employees where they get government funded. But listen, all that's good is smoke and mirrors. It makes you look good, like, oh yeah, you got all these people working. And I don't care who's paying for it. You're paying for it one way or another through state and federal taxes, local taxes, whatever. And that's what I've always erred on the side of, Mr. Knox, is to give you the proof how much it really costs to operate this city, not hypothetical. See, we get an audit every year. It's real simple. If everyone would look at your last year's audit, it tells you plainly how much money you spent for the entire year. And then you go forward and you set your budget the next year with the old audit, correct? If you don't have information, if you don't have your bank totals, you don't have your bank statements, you don't have all this stuff in front of you when you're discussing the budget, you can't possibly pass a budget. You would never have a budget. And here's the good news. Yes, we do need more police officers. We all know that. I know it. Believe me, we need it. And here's another thing. Yes, and like I said, we make mistakes. I don't care what you say, what you think. There's not a person up here. We've all made mistakes. I'll admit it. But in the future and going forward for all of us, this is the greatest thing that ever happened, to have, a dialogue with the public. And also people are informed, like Scott said. It's a simple procedure. And folks get out here and they misconstrue whatever they want to. They can tell you we're going to paint this ceiling purple in here or whatever and block out the windows, but we're not going to do it. But still, we just want to make sure that we have enough money in here to fund what we have to fund. All this stuff we've inherited, like the recreation center, and all the stuff, all this extra money you're spending out there for the roof, for the parking, and all the things that we get blindsided. We got blindsided with. Yes, you have to have the money, but you don't have to waste your money either. You need to, when you spend the taxpayers' money, it needs to be bringing something back good. And the more property that the city owns, or the county, or state and federal government owns, you don't get any taxes from that. Just like our ballpark out there. I get so aggravated every time I ride by that place, which is daily, to see that mud hole over there and to see what we're trying to do, make parking out there. Why in the hell can't we pave that parking lot? Why? We got $1 million grant that we've already blown $200,000 or $300,000 and not put the first swing in. Those are the questions I have. And we need to be monetarily responsible. We need to let you see that we care about these people that don't take care of their property. And yes, we do have ordinance, and I don't care if it's the council members, I don't care if it's me, whoever. If you violate the ordinance and there's a fine and you don't cut your grass, fine them, collect the money. If they don't pay it, put it up there and let the courts decide it. And it gets so high, and the interest gets so high, and when they sell the property, you'll get your money back. This shack out here on Church Street, can you imagine? This deal over here in front of Dollar General, can you imagine? This deal out here on Mill Street, in front of those nice apartments, nice homes, new houses being built, shacks everywhere, telephone poles laying in the middle of a street, right up here on Highway 7. You got a guy that's had the guts to put a fence up to where you can't even use the street beside the Presbyterian Church. We fail in a lot of ways. And so make it simple. When you do get a city manager, you do get the people in the right positions, they need to go out and enforce these ordinances just like the police department. All this stuff is policeable. It's all ordinances. And in the future, I think this council you'll see a cleaner town, because once you get people in place, they'll be able to find. Candy got a fine one time for $100. You know it's the truth, and it's terrible. It wasn't your fault, but people just neglect things and they get fines, and that we don't want to fine no one. We want you to keep it clean, everyone. But thank all of you for being here, and if anyone else has any comment, go ahead.
Can I address something like you were saying, Bill, about the, Mr. Knox, sorry, about the police, the two positions? It was my understanding that the previous city manager, Tyler, had went to Chief Moore and asked him, which would you rather have? Because you can't have both. Would you rather have the positions or the money? And if correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, you said the money.
That's correct.
Correct. So that's why they're not in there. I want that brought out because you're making it sound like the council has taken them out of the budget. It was not the council. That's all I have on that.
Just want to make a correction too, Mr. Mayor. The 6 positions that were either left or terminated were not ARPA funded.
They're not,
positions.
it wasn't ARPA.
How many were?
None of them.
It was not funded by ARPA.
So it already come off the ARPA program, we were just paying them out of general fund? Okay, I stand corrected, but it was ARPA in the beginning, but it did come to us to where we'd have to pay for it, and we didn't need it, so that's why the council, I'm sure, eliminated it, correct?
The 6 positions were CD funded, taxpayer funded. They were not ARPA funded.
I thought we had ARPA people everywhere, I don't know. I stand corrected on that, but that's neither here nor there, we didn't need those positions. But go ahead. You have another question?
Stephen Artiega, 1203 Gentleman Court. This is more just a couple of questions than anything. I'm not super knowledgeable with the budget, so you might be able to help me understand it a little bit. So is it, I was trying to understand, is it the case that we got approximately $9.05 million in state appropriations for the capital water projects? Is that correct?
Whatever the grant's for, how much is it?
I think it was
8.2.
Yeah.
But plus the 800,000 for the pump station?
That was for a pump station.
Okay, got it.
Total $9 million, you're right.
I saw that the interim city manager had explicitly noted that our local utility fund is sitting just over $135,000 and desperately needs to grow to handle basic operational emergency repairs. My understanding is that those state grants are separate and can't be used for that. I know our developer fees are collapsing by over 80% next year. Is there a reason that we're only dedicating about $40,000 to that water sewer CIP to fix this vulnerability while we're still doing that 5% pass-through? I'm concerned that we're not going to have.
But the good news, young man, the good news, when those houses come on board, they're going to be paying more water, sewer, more money could be coming in each month. That money will be acquired once those houses are finished. Until they're finished, we're still going to be operating on the present money that we have. You're 100% correct. But as growth comes in, the apartments and the houses, things like that, yes, it's going to be a naturalization for money to come in. But that's what I kept trying to get the folks to understand. Before you have the infrastructure problems that we are inheriting, these things should have been addressed before you ever issued the first permit to let anyone come in and build that number of houses. Our schools, they don't have the facilities to take care of what they're already taking care of. And our streets are just minute. We're just simple streets where you can get up and down the streets out here and get by with it. Here's the things that really drive me crazy. We got the recreation program. Right, we got the recreation program. We have a nice concert out here at the ballpark, beautiful. Listen, we had 300-400 people. The next day, after that Monday morning, I'm talking about just in general fund money and information. The people called me, they said, Larry, we went to that concert, it was beautiful, but the bathroom facilities were terrible. People had to sit beside each other and the way they described it was terrible. So what I recommend we do is have enough sense, enough of us, common sense, to make sure that anytime we have a function that we get with our recreation director and let her know, without facilities, you don't need to have a concert, you don't need to have anything. First, just like infrastructure, that's the infrastructure. Have the facilities, use the bathroom and wash your hands and take care of the public. Because we can be sued if an outbreak of some kind of something, could cause you sickness, we're responsible for it. And that's the ultimate, that's what I want to govern for, is to be responsible in every facet of our government, which is concerts, anything recreation, anything for our children especially, and sports events and things like that, and to honor our schools and things like that, and to show them that we care, and also to encourage us as leaders to show people how we really do care, and that's by taking care of business. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's something I want to get off my chest.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback on what the mayor said, That's a very good question about the fund balance that's there and the $40,000 into the water and sewer SIF. This is a very conservative budget, and we're expecting our revenues, and we're already seeing that the revenues are exceeding the expenditures. Now, again, this is where you go into the crystal ball portion of getting the budget, because Western North Carolina experienced a horrible hurricane, unseen or unheard of, and that's why you build up those fund balances. The city has been very fortunate to get these grant monies to address some of the infrastructure needs that we have already. Nearly $9 million, that's great, and that's going to address a lot of our concerns, especially some of the primary concerns facing us. But that being said, we want to be conservative. We want to be able to put back into the fund balance so that can grow, because we don't want to be hit with a Helene here in Lowell, North Carolina, where we don't have the monies to pay up front in expectation to be reimbursed by FEMA and North Carolina Emergency Management.
That makes sense. Sort of following up on that, and this might just be a result of my ignorance, is it the case that Gastonia True customers directly through Gastonia, is their water rate actually $3.53 per 1,000 gallons while ours is $10.28, or am I missing something there? I'd be really curious to see one of their bills, because it seems like
$3.50 for what?
$3.53 per 1,000 gallons. That's the rate I saw online, unless I'm misunderstanding something, but
I'm not sure what Gastonia charges their residential customers per 1,000. I apologize for not.
No, you're quite all right. I just know with this 5% pass through, we're coming up on, we're at 10.28 on 1,000 gallons, which seems, quite high for water. And I don't know what the plan is on that in the future to ensure that residents aren't, constantly growing in water bills. I know we had a huge thing last summer where a bunch of people moved in, watered their lawns, spent a ton of water, and that was a blip on their part, but still, you get these
we
ridiculous
purchase
bills.
our water from the city of Gastonia, but then we also maintain our own water and sewer departments. So that's where you see an increase, is so that we can cover the city of Lowell's water department.
That makes sense. Another question, I saw our general fund unassigned balance, I know someone had mentioned it earlier, is up 33% to $6.7 million with about 73% of the operating budget. I was just sort of curious, because I know our city's official policy is to maintain a 50% reserve for resiliency, and now we're at I think 73% reserve. I was curious, how much of a rainy day we're baking in. I know we need to bake in for a rainy day, but it seems a little bit excessive, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Good question. Small towns like Lowell across North Carolina need at least a 50% of fund balance, because all it takes is one major ice storm and we're expending monies. Whereas a city of Gastonia could have an 8% fund balance, and they could withstand that type of financial hit. So the 50% is really good, but you always want a little bit better just for the unforeseen events that can happen. Also, a lot of that money, or some of that monies, are out of the SIF funds, which is the Community Investment Fund, and that would be monies that would be used if the council and the town wanted to go forward with the Public Works facility and to build other special projects.
That makes sense. We're at, what, 4.2 million on that SIF fund, and we're still collecting a 4.5 cent property tax on that for an extra $300,000. I mean, how much more do we need in that SIF fund? Didn't we still have the Part F and the LWCF matching grants for Harold Rankin and other capital projects? Why do we need that 4.2 million and still collecting another 300,000 a year?
Well, the 300,000 is a contribution from the city back to itself.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
That makes sense.
And another thing,
Some of that is, like the public works facility that they're looking at building, that 4 million plus is not gonna pay for that. So those contributions are kind of tied in with that. And if they're looking at doing a town hall, or new police department, other things for future development.
another thing that, is ridiculous, the state of North Carolina only requires any municipality to have, what, an 8% fund balance, so that's required by us. And we're far and away.
The North Carolina State Treasurer's Office and the subdivision, local government commission, request that all towns maintain at least an 8%.
And that's ridiculous. I mean, you know, can you imagine if we had a problem, and, you know, we're in a better situation than folks can imagine for a town this size. We're really doing a tremendous job overall if you look at the whole picture versus even the city of Gastonia. You look at them, even though they have better activities for the public, things like that. But as we grow, as we get smarter and smarter, I hope, when the new properties come in and requirements are, you know, people want better things, yes, you'll be able to do it with growth, but you have to keep growth at a comparable manner. You just can't rush out there and say, okay, we're gonna hire 40 policemen or 10 policemen or whatever. You have to be smart and grow like you should grow, but once you get the money, then you'll have the money to appropriate future people, future employees. Listen, it's a sad situation. Mr. Pearson knows we got 3 garbage trucks, and most of the time they're down. We have to borrow Randall, North Carolina's garbage truck. Biggest embarrassment in the history of Lowell, and we don't need that. We need to be on top of things. Our vehicles need to be cleaned up, maintained, tires, things like that, to where people see our vehicles go down the road. They said they're taking care of business, just like our police cars and whatever. And I want to see things clean. This place over here is horrendous. You got the people over there 2 hours one day, all of it, 4 days a week, 2 hours. Clean that damn place up. Put some fencing around that thing. Hide that junk. Move those old trucks up on the mountain where we got that property. Let's make Laurel look good. We can do it. Get rid of this junkyard over here behind the police department. Get rid of that crap. Let's be smart. We utilize what we have and make this city beautiful. And that's what we want.
To get back to the SIF fund, it's taken us 4 years to get to that 4 million-ish range. Just a public works facility itself is 7.5. So that's why we continue to grow the SIF. If we were to start a public works facility now, we could not start a new project in Lowell for 10 years at least. That's probably closer to 15, but that's more of a future planning budget.
That makes sense. Last question I had, hopefully this one's quick. Regarding our sanitation services, my understanding is that the ideal is that sanitation services are 100% self-sustaining, but I know our user fees are only covering about 56% of the department cost. I was curious if we had a clear roadmap for bridging that operational deficit, unless maybe I'm misunderstanding the numbers there. You might be able to help me out.
No, the property tax revenues, they help support the sanitation. It is not a self-sustaining
Okay, got it.
department.
That makes sense. Okay, perfect.
That's like the conversation Ben and I had today. Listen, it's horrific. If you do, common sense will bring you home. On our water bills and our sewer, our pickup garbage fees, you got a water bill and you got a sewer, and you also have a garbage fee, right, to pick up your garbage. If we had just a simple amount of money or a rate to where you could eliminate the garbage pickup fee and all that stuff, to where you just have one water and sewer bill, and our charter requires us to pick up the garbage. Our charter requires police protection. Our charter requires street lights and things like that. So what the old council did over the years, they wanted to buffer the thing. They wanted to see it. And this is another tax. And this is what tears me out of the frame. That $12 of how much we charging on the water for the garbage pickup each month? How much is the garbage? How much is it?
It's $12 per.
Okay, that's per person, per family. At all numbers of homes. That's nothing but a tax increase is what it is. It's a built-in buffer that you keep talking about. They got all kinds of things in here to nail you with. But common sense will bring you home. And if you would just take the time and understand what the budget is by going back at the old audits and setting your budget in the future and knowing how much it costs. Listen, it's simple. Look at the money you could save just on fuel alone, getting Sam's Club cards or whatever. We could save a lot of money, but there's no one. They don't want to take the time to do that. They give them a credit card or whatever. They run out here and they go buy the gas. They don't care what happens. They're just going to get gas. If you and I, we're going to save all we can, correct? And that's what we should be doing as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Stephen Rod, 808 Rogerson Boulevard. First and foremost, I just want to state that I appreciate every single one of you sitting up here. Our attorney, city manager, each one of you council, the mayor, all of our staff, even our law enforcement, despite what people say on Facebook. It's a thankless job, and I really appreciate you. Also, I'm very proud of you for standing up tonight and setting rumors straight. And that took courage, right? You stood up there, you said, hey, this is not right, you're getting misinformation. You reiterated again that, hey, this is my information, call me if you have any questions, and you threw that back out there for the citizens to do so. When it comes to money, just because we earn this money or this money comes into this city through taxes, doesn't mean that it has to go right back out that revolving door, okay? So I commend you for saving some of that money for rainy days and so forth to better this town and this city. Did not think that 250 years ago, we started a revolution in this country, mainly over taxes. And here we are, we have certain people that are practically begging to raise taxes. And it baffles me that you have a council that is standing up, saving the taxpayers' money, seeing a hit from the county, trying to alter their budgets so it's not so much of a hit to the citizens of this town. And when you hear comments like, oh, well, it's just $6 more, or it's a latte, or I don't go out to eat once or twice a month, you know, that's great. And financially, I'm glad that you're able to do that. But to certain citizens in this town, in this city, that's whether or not they put food on their table, or whether what medications they get that month because they can't afford to get them all. So they have to hand pick and choose. So I want y'all all to think about that, and I commend y'all for doing what you're doing, saving this town money, saving this city taxes, saving its citizens. And so I just wanted to stand up here and tell you thank you, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else have any comment during the public hearing for the budget? Anyone?
Hello, I'm Brittany Hansen, 8033 Camden Crossing. First time ever doing this. But I moved here from Springfield, Missouri, and unfortunately, Springfield, Missouri only has like 2 areas to do any of our recycling, and they're always far and few between. And then we did move down to Ozark, Missouri, and they didn't have any sort of recycling. I thought that's pretty sad. I kind of like that. So when we moved to Lowell, I thought this was super great. Little tiny Lowell, who would have thought, you know, that we would have something like this. And I don't want to be redundant, but, you know, I think I don't stand for everyone that's sitting here, but there's a lot of people on Facebook that are expressing how much they love it. And, you know, I think about the 2 gentlemen that are working there too. Where are they going to go? I mean, their jobs are just cut thin in this economy. I mean, we talk about tax dollars and saving people money, but, you know, we're taking 2 gentlemen's, you know, job away too. So I don't know where those 2 guys are going to go if we shut it down. Is there a position that they're going to go to after that? What happens?
One of your gentlemen was going to go part-time, 4
Yeah.
hours working for Park and Recs. And the other gentleman that I think he works there mostly 2 days a week,
Uh-huh.
I think, he is retired.
Yeah.
He's retired from the city. So he came back and just does that part-time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
So we're doing them a blessing in a way, or they're moving on to bigger and better things, or?
him, I don't know. And like I said, I know the other gentleman has requested to move to Park and Recs.
Okay.
He actually wanted away from recycling. That's just my understanding.
Yeah. And then annually, what does it cost? I mean, just total sum. What is it costing the city? It's
No, it's
$300.
It's $28,000.
$28,000.
Plus 17 with
Plus
the
17.
salaries.
$45,000. Okay. Thought it was going to be bigger than that. Doesn't sound too much.
Here's the thing that folks, the common, you know, citizens don't understand. Like when they go out there and they cut up these animals and things and they dump it into the recycling bin, stuff like that you don't know about, you know, it's horrendous, but you need to talk to those operators out there and they can tell you what actually, you know, goes in. It's not just cardboard and things like that. Whatever they want to dump in there, they have to clean it up. And see, and just leaving it open like it is. Another thing, and I get, you know, really, I can get upset and hurt. If you go out there and it's a Lowell ballpark and you got a electric charging station on city property that we get no money from, no taxes, not anything. If they would use this little thing up here between the ears and say, okay, you need to be paying us a fee, taxes, whatever, just like you or I. If we went out there and put something on that property, we'd be required to pay property taxes and also operating expenses, things like that. And whatever came in, you see, I don't know who owns it. There's an LLC, and I've asked the attorney about it. And that's what drives me crazy. You could have a whole lot more if you get money for what you're doing. It's like Duke Energy used to pay us to cut the grass on Robeson Boulevard. They owned the property. They paid us taxes. Now they don't pay us anything because Lowell accepted the property, and we still maintain the grass. I mean, there's no common sense. And that's the thing that it tears me up. You'd have plenty of money for your recycles and things like that if people use it the right way and use it just for recycling, not all this girth and things that go in out there from animals and people that chop up deer and it's,
Well, I would hope not. I know those two gentlemen definitely work there,
Yes,
and I mean,
ma'am.
I have definitely been scolded for placing something that I shouldn't have
Well, you
put in
should
there.
be.
So,
And you
yeah.
should be.
So I removed it. But it's always reduction. But I mean, kind of what we discussed too of, why is there not another option? That whole bulk pickup once a month. Honestly, it's kind of gross. I don't need to see everyone's insides on the outside every month on the side of the road for 5 days while they wait until the first of the month. Is that going to be an option? I mean, is anything that we've discussed going to be an option, or is this just Mad Lib right now and you guys are going to vote yes and it's going to pass and then we're done?
If the council would make those people, the charging station, just for instance, the value of that charging station has to be something outrageous. Just like your home. You pay property taxes on your home. The people that own that charging station, they pay nothing.
Yeah, but she was asking about bulk pickup.
I understand.
Yeah, bulk pickup and
Once a
everything.
month, I think it's good for once a month. I think it's good. No matter, it's no charge to the people, and it's not really, it doesn't cost us because they're working anyway.
Well, it
And
seems to
along the
be-
way, they can pick other stuff up.
It seems to be a charge, no matter what. There's
You
always
are
a charge.
charged. You're charged
There's
property
nothing
taxes.
free in the world. We definitely are learning that because we're trying to cut the recycling center right now. So,
And I think what we done, reason we went to monthly, is what you're gonna have is, if you go back to quarterly, you're gonna see more trash sitting on the side for longer.
for longer duration,
Yes.
yeah.
I mean,
Um,
right now.
I mean, we never had that service in Missouri, so it was a very interesting thing to see once a month on the side of the road. But I mean, ultimately, I guess your guys' mind is made up that the recycling center is gone, and I don't know. I mean, you guys are a board of men, and I think this is kind of a woman's item, and be nice to have womanly things that are pretty here, to have pretty flowers on the road, and have recycling, and to have, different events and different things. What does the community of Lowell look like? I mean, it's a point of convenience. It's an easy exit off the highway, but ultimately, what is it that we can have? I mean, I go to Belmont all the time. Love that place. I go to Cramerton all the time. Love it. And I always look at Lowell when I come home and say, man, I wish we had some of their amenities. And I know we are a growing town. You've addressed that many of times. And there's more taxes to come, but, we're taking this away, to bring it back in a year? Is that what we'll discuss next year, is to bring the recycling center back once those houses are completed and we are seeing the revenue, or how do we place this back?
No decisions have been made until this budget is voted on and approved by 3 council members.
And is that happening this evening?
I could not, we'll find out.
Well,
You stick
the-
around.
Yeah.
But, this budget, no, it's presented to the council. I have questions. I don't like things. They know things I don't like. There's things they don't like.
Yeah. I mean, people wouldn't be discussing it so much, and I don't think I would be even here, because, I mean, I've only been here for 2 years, if it wasn't something that I kind of felt something about. So, you guys struck a chord with me, I guess, and I wish, to be heard.
I would like to address that because it's a thing that got put on Facebook either late last night or early this morning, calling out Councilman Chitwood, myself, and Councilman Robson. These 3 people are going to vote to shut down your recycling center. But not one of these people that put that out has called the council to ask them what their thoughts was, how they were leaning towards it. So you're automatically going to accuse 3 of us of voting for this. And you're going off hearsay or going off what everybody else wants to say. But they never called us to ask us, how do y'all feel about this? I'm going to tell you, I'm for keeping the recycling center with the provision that only the Laurel residents are allowed to use it. The Laurel residents are paying taxes.
Mhm.
Let's keep it and let the Laurel residents continue using it and stop the outsiders. I don't know how many people come from the outside, outside
Yeah.
Seymour, to use it.
We had that in Nixa, Missouri, where you'd have to show your identification with your house ID. Obviously your driver's license has that. And then, yes, to your point, have people come here, register. For $5 annually, you can use our services, or for 10 or 20, just for the convenience of, say, Cramerton. I don't know if they have their own recycling center, but,
That's a good idea to pay a $5 fee.
Pay
per
something.
family, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And also, that
Have
if
'em
someone
register.
comes out there and dumps illegally, that we set a fine, a rate, $100, whatever, if you make a mistake. And also, the person operating that needs to be there when it's open. And
Exactly.
that's the whole thing for having someone out
Yeah.
there. Because they come out with animal guts and things like that, we don't need that, and you don't want that either.
Mhm.
But they should be fined when they do it, and that should be included in the ordinance. If you do keep the recycling thing, and instead of $5 fee per year,
Yeah.
that's not bad.
Yeah.
And that's just common sense. And
I think-
that's why you talk about things, and also, why would you let a business come in here and operate in a public park and get money, and the
Mhm.
city not get anything for that? I mean, that's, to me, all this makes sense, but
Yeah.
it's up to this board, and that's who we depend on, the council.
Yeah.
I don't have a vote, but I do love this place.
Yeah, I just hope that, we see additional options to continue to add, not to continue to take away, which I understand there's a budget, but,
Here's another good,
especially when we already have it.
Here's some good information for you as well. We got ordinances on the book. When a business comes in, a new business takes over, they're supposed to pave the parking lot. These people come in, they buy these businesses downtown, lease them, whatever, I guess leave it in the same people's name. But all these gravel parking lots downtown, like you talk about Belmont, Belmont's beautiful, yes. And we're trying to have things, we rent a park over here that people don't understand, that's a rented park, that we pay fees and we pay people to maintain it. And when you have a function over there, you should have, the porta johns, the things to take care of facilities for people to where they don't get sick. And that Belmont, if you go downtown Belmont and they're having a concert, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And we need to get rid of these old dilapidated buildings and work hard and encourage these people, pass ordinances that make sense to where they have to take care of their property.
Yeah.
Because why should you take care of your property, 15 people on the street, and one idiot down there's got a dump? That's not the way it works.
Well, that's where community comes in and we all help each other, so.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this stuff up. Thank you. Anyone else have a comment?
I just have one question. Who does own the charging station?
That's a good question, honey. I don't know. I've asked them all.
Duke Energy.
It's nowhere on the tax map, Candy. that you
Okay.
can-
I was
they're
on,
not paying
I was
any
on
taxes.
council when that came in. Candy Funderburk, 600 Rogeson Boulevard. They approached us and wanted to do that. And at that time, our little town was kind of hopping. And we thought, yeah, that'd be wonderful. It's not going to cost us anything. And hopefully these people that have an app on their phone with these expensive cars will use our downtown. That's what happened. Okay, couple things here. Mr. Chitwood asked the chief, what did you want? Police officers?
No, Tyler asked me.
Okay, but okay, and then, okay.
I was reiterating what
Right,
was
okay, thank you, yeah, thank you. So the police officers said they'd rather have their pay raise, or 2 officers, right? They wanted the pay raise. And that pay raise they asked for was 15%. So my question is, if you're not going to give them 2 officers, which would cost a lot more money, why don't you give them their pay raise, of 15% that they asked for? Okay, that's one thing. Recyclables, when I was on council, we did have a horrible spot right down by the community center. That was unmanned, and it did get contaminated. Dead animals got thrown in there. We thought about our employees first. We cut that out and came back and talked about it, and we developed this nice little recyclable center down there. And I hate that outside people come in there, but maybe y'all could do something, get a sticker on your car, that's the only people, and there's no contamination that I know of down there. None. There's no animals being thrown down there. Okay, that's recyclable. Bulk pickup. We had it set at quarterly. It was once a month when we came in, and we set it to quarterly because saved our employees. The trucks were torn up more, and our employees were hurt more. Their backs hurt, more work on them. So that's happening again, in my opinion, because I see it and I talk to them. Okay, that's bulk pickup. Recyclable, 15 cents. Okay, in 2023, when I was on council, I did try to cut taxes, 2 cents. Nobody else didn't agree with it except Mr. Gillespie. And I had a phone call and said, if y'all don't cut taxes, we're going to come in there and we're going to cut them and cut these employees out. And it happened, and that's okay. You did what you were going to said you were going to do, and I appreciate the honesty. But what's happened with cutting those taxes, the city is stagnant. We can't move forward. We can't do anything. It's almost $1 million a year. And yeah, 1 penny equals $68,459. Figure that out. Over $900,000 a year. So that's where our money is, and that's why we can't not give our employees their raises, and we cannot move forward. And then the CIF. We created the CIF, Community Investment Fund, for future building a new city hall and police department complex. We inherited by the federal government ARPA funds. And some of y'all were saying that we raised taxes to do this. They gave us money. We purchased with that money, not taxpayer money, the property right beside the Methodist Church. And that was our plan then for the complex. And that's okay if y'all change it and go somewhere else. That's fine. And we also purchased the first recreation center in Lowell, North Carolina, the first and only one. That was the Boys and Girls Club while I was growing up here. That was purchased by ARPA funds and not local tax money. So with that being said, I'm just very concerned about the future of the city. And I know you're saving taxpayers' money, but for me, I can only talk about me because I know the value of my house went up, almost doubled when the reval happened in '23. Wait a minute, Larry, I know you're getting ready to say something, but it almost doubled. But that's when y'all came in and cut taxes, and then some of you, not all of you, and I'm not going to call names, went out and saying that we raised taxes, city taxes. We did not raise city taxes. The county did it to everybody. Not my council, we did not raise the city taxes. So when the reval happened, it went sky high, and we got to blame. Thank you.
Your council didn't cut the tax rate. If you'd have cut the tax rate,
You went from whatever it was.
I said you did. Your council did not cut the tax
No, we
rate.
didn't.
Y'all took the full bore, and that's why things are like it was, and that's why we came in this council here, and
cut
I
it too much.
applaud this council
$1.5 million a
for
year.
saving money.
We're
Listen.
stagnant and cannot move forward.
You cannot do what you did, Candy. Listen, y'all paid the tax, y'all paying 8.5-cent fire tax, 49-cent municipal tax, 57.5 cents. Now, you pay 35.5 cents, 11.5 cents, 47 cents is a tremendous reduction. Anyone's got property here, Ed, you know it's a savings, a big savings. And listen, you cannot afford to keep putting money back into the city if you can't. It's just unconscionable to think that you could come in here and pay the kind of taxes you were charging and expect people to come in and build business and things like we need. That's what we need. And now the growth is coming without the infrastructure being in place, that you had the money forever. And other people have been here on this kind, not myself, but some of these people are sitting here today that worked here in Lowell when they had reevaluation. They didn't cut no tax rate either. And that's when you have all these big increases in revenue. But it's on the backs of the poor people out here that's lived here forever, that built the infrastructure that was paid for, the water, the sewer system. We had textile plants in another city that would take advantage of our sewer plant. You wouldn't have Lauren Woods, you wouldn't have Riverview, you wouldn't have none of these subdivisions because they had all the sewer. People don't know what the hell I've been through, and I'm not crying on your shoulder. I'm telling you, leaders lead and followers follow. And I want to lead, and that's why we're going forward, because we're not raising our taxes to hurt people. Money is coming if you got to do it in small spurts. You don't rush out here and take a big hit, like your property value goes up next year, doubles. And if this council, any council sitting here, doesn't set the rate accordingly, you can't afford to make your mortgage payments. A lot of people are just like in '09, you remember that, when people lost their properties and things because no one had nothing, no safeguard. We do. This council, and I applaud them, and people get mad at me when I say that, the greatest thing they ever did was set the tax rate like they have. And appreciate it, and understand this, no one's going broke, everyone gets paid. The vehicles out here up to these people that run these departments, they should maintain them and take care of them. That's on them. Once you get a city manager in here, hopefully, and I pray to God, that whoever takes this position will lead this city back to where it used to be back in the old days, when people sat on the porch and could shoot the bull, laugh, kid, and cut up, go to the ballpark and enjoy recreational softball, instead of having all this crap come in here. And just like at the recreation center, they call it the recreation center. Listen, Joe Hudson built that building and paid cash for it. Court Robinson donated the land. But what they did, this group prior to us went out and gave them $500,000 for their own property because it was all donated. In 1987, when Harold Rankin and that group was in here, they gave the Boys Club to the Salvation Army, which is the biggest mistake. See, our children still need a place to come and play and enjoy the facility we have. But they want to talk about recreation for older people, things like that. Yes, we got a beautiful ballpark on top of the hill. Like I've tried to explain to these people over the last 50 years since I've been on this council. We inherited that Poston Park up there. While I had one vote away in 1997, we were going to build a Lowell Community Center out there at the ballpark, a new police department, city hall, swimming pools, and tennis courts on the Harold Rankin Park. That's what we're going to. The vote was voted down 3-2. Nothing's ever come about since. Can you imagine what this would look like if this was gone, that old library building was gone, the community center we funded all this money to all these years, and a new facility sitting out there in the middle of that ballpark, and knowing the Poston family donated that park up there on top of the hill, which is in Lowell. So why don't we utilize what we have today? We could do the same thing right now. This council could say, okay, Larry, we're going to make a motion that we appropriate money to start building all these facilities on the Harold Rankin Park and use our Poston Park and make that the Lowell Park, where we have all these facilities, the ball fields, the walking tracks, the tennis, and everything that's over there, soccer, in a beautiful place. And have this over downtown at the ballpark, it would be beautiful. And get rid of this old building and get rid of these facilities and look at the money it would generate. And look at the commercial park out there at the ballpark, you'd have businesses coming in and stuff like that rather than a dirt parking lot. Think about what I'm saying and understand I care about this place and I mean it. And until we get a board in here that understands how to make money with money, and business like my business, we have to make money, we have to pay our bills. You can't borrow yourself rich, can you, Ed? You cannot borrow yourself rich.
Quit quoting me.
I understand, but you can't. Nobody can. And I'm sorry if I offended you, but you can't borrow yourself rich. I can't either. But you have to utilize what you do have, and that's for sure.
Ms. Funderburk, I would like to address the 15% pay raise for the officers. North Carolina League Municipalities done a pay study this past November 2025. The majority of our officers are well within where they should be, compatible with other, maybe not necessarily right here, but statewide. I think we've got 2 patrolmen that's making under, a sergeant that needs to be brought up, and possibly a captain. But the rest of the officers are making where they should be, or even more than what they should be making.
Okay, then raise the other ones where they need to be.
We don't have a problem with doing that, but what's being proposed was 15% all the way down. And if we raise the officers 15%, what do you do for your other employees within the city? How's that fair to them? It's not.
But you asked for it in 2021 and got it.
Did I ask for 15%, Candy?
No, you got a great big old increase though in 3 new patrol cars and 3 new
Equipment and officers. You're right, you're talking about raises.
Okay.
That's 2 different things.
6 cents.
Do what?
The taxes were raised 6 cents. Pre-evaluation would have been about 4.
But you know what? I
And you were
was
happy.
a department head that asked for equipment, and the city manager put it in the budget, and the council approved it. Positions were not put in the budget this year to be approved. That's what Councilman Chitwood.
He knew the money wasn't there. That's why he gave it an option, pay raise or officers, because he knew he couldn't at the current rate get both.
And the top 3.
That's it. Y'all are the ones that are not telling the whole story.
The top 3 did not want to raise, and you're giving them the 5% COLA anyway, so they're gonna get a raise, and they didn't even ask for one. They wanted it.
They did ask for the 5%.
Sorry,
They did ask for the 5%.
chief and the captain.
Yes, they did. They wanted 5%. They didn't want the 10%.
Okay.
So please don't use that misinformation. But they were asking for the 5%.
Why don't-
But it still was not fair that they get extra from the captain on down, 10% extra, where the public works are working just as hard as what the police are.
Give them a raise too.
Well, that's what we've been trying, but it didn't work out because the city manager did not do it. So I can't do it.
Y'all are making the decision.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm tired of all the misinformation that's going on.
Listen, you're right, listen, Mr.
Misinformation that's going on. We've let you talk for a long time.
I want to help you, but you go ahead.
Well, I'm tired of the misinformation that goes on around this place. It's just a lot of the stuff, the stats that I get from the police where I ask for each individual officer for what they do, some of them do not equal out to what they should be doing.
And do a merit raise and don't give them one.
That's,
That was proposed
that
and
was
never put
proposed
in
and
the
that didn't
budget.
make it.
Okay. I didn't hear that, so.
But there again, y'all don't call us. Y'all just go on Facebook and start talking about it.
I don't.
I don't
look.
respond on Facebook.
Say that again. You don't go on Facebook?
Hey, I don't go on Facebook, because there was one incident on Facebook that there was several of them that said that I said something, but that was not what was meant. And you know what I'm talking about, Bill, because you was part of it.
What was that?
We'll discuss that later in the day. But what I'm talking about now is the budget.
You
The
had no
budget,
business on that lady's page.
that was, right,
You had no business on that lady's page, saying anything.
y'all misconstrued. But that's fine, we're not talking about that, we're talking about budget now. The stuff is not, y'all spreading stuff on Facebook that is not the truth. I'm saying it everybody. I don't care who it is, it's everybody. There's misinformation is getting put on Facebook. Can we move on to something else?
I want
Yeah, go ahead.
to reply to some of Larry's comments.
Go ahead.
When the 13.5 cent tax break was brought, you said, it brings in builders and all that stuff. There's been no builders brought in by current council, and even probably previous council before me brought in some of the builders that are still waiting to build. So I don't think the tax rate has an issue, a part of that. Poston Park is county owned.
Yes.
It is in
Lowell,
the
North
city
Carolina.
of Lowell, but
Yes.
we do not have nowhere near the resources or money or employees to maintain Poston Park. So that will always be a county park. That will not be a city park. It is in city.
I agree with you,
Limits.
I agree with you 100%, but the county has to pay for it. Listen, Poston, the family donated it. The land, the street should have gone through down there where you live and back behind Oakland, Shane. All that should have been opened up, but Judy Horn, the old mayor, God rest her soul, and the council, they didn't want to go down through the rural areas where you don't have sewer and things, and it would have brought sewer in and brought Oakland up down there where you live, Mr. Smith. All down through there would have been sewer, opened up that street all the way into the back of Poston Park, and you'd have had a great big park, and you've gone through the rural areas, which would have been beautiful. People over there still don't have sewer. It's a sad situation. I'm glad you brought it up, thank you. But the county has to pay it for it and maintain it. And the people on Oakland still to this day, they have nothing. And that's why I got so pissed off at your mayor, the old Mayor Rankin, when he went out and took up the petition to build this humongous water and sewer system in McCampbell, the city of McCampbell, that we had no rights to except to use our sewer. But as well, they did as well. They could pay, for the whole city of McCampbell, pay $2,500 a month to use our sewer system. So Larry got elected mayor in 1991. The first thing we did, we raised their sewer from $2,500 a month to $15,000 a month. You thought you killed someone, all of them were raising Cane. The guy that owned the mill company, he came to me and he said, Larry, you can't do that. I said, let me explain something to you, pal. I said, all municipalities, the only thing that we can set in this municipality is our water and sewer rates. We can't set the phone, we can't set the power and the gas company, but we set the water and sewer rates. So the state, he said, I'm going to the governor. I said, listen, here's his number, call him. He called him, and you know what he told him? Larry is right. The city of Lowell sets their municipal rates, water and sewer, that's all. You know that, Ben. That's the only thing we can set. So the $15,000 a month, they paid for it for about 6 or 7 months. Then they put in their own system, allegedly, which I still don't think they do, but they off of our plant. And that, see, we had 450,000 capacity to use our sewer plant. So once they got off, Lauren Woods built all those houses down Main Street, down there where you live in Riverview, wherever y'all live, and all these subdivisions where you live, Bill. All that stuff is because we have facilities, we have water and sewer. Just like when we put in the original, when those people in here speaking tonight about the chemical plant, this old retard here said, well, listen, we need to put in a major water line down Main Street all the way up the mountain for that chemical plant. They looked at me, the council, it cost $38,000. They said, Larry, you're crazy. You're like a fox. About 5 years later, after we put it in, the chemical comes and guess what they needed? They could no longer make red dye out of a county well. So they had to buy our water. We brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars, Ben, and that's how we ran the city like we did without raising taxes back then, Candy. And people had the $8, $9 water bill, Candy, because we utilized what we had. Now these people pay, some of them paying $100, $200, and $300 a month. Water and sewer is ridiculous. I agree with that 100%, because we're in control. This council's in control of what the rates are. And please understand, if you ever want to make the city grow, just like Donald Trump tells you, you don't raise taxes, you don't run businesses out of our country, you encourage them to come in our country and spend their money and hire people and put people to work. Just like, Lord, what is our industry? We got Sundrop, we got Hardee's, we got Hillbillies, and we got a few power companies over here in this little complex over here. Thank God for whatever we have, but just think what we could have if we opened up Oakland area, all those hundreds, I'd say almost 1,000 acres back there, Shane, behind the Post and Park, and you could put sewer in there and let the government come in here and pay for it. And those people have been maligned for all those years and still have septic tanks. No city sewer. And that's what tears me up. And all these people, they say all these great people, great leaders, is why Lowell has nothing today. But thank God that people have come forward to come in this meeting to ask questions and understand the truth. Not listen to these bullshit, blown out politicians that have been set up here for years that understand this. All they know is increase your taxes. That's not what you need. What you need is to be treated fairly. You, myself, everyone on this board needs to be treated fairly. That's the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And thank you. That includes you, Mr. Smith.
You said Oakland area?
Yes.
And that's not in Lowell City?
What? It's not, listen, you got part of it to the railroad track down behind his store. That is true. But all the whole area is in the rural area. The ATJ to where we have, listen, we just had a person die in a fire out there for no fire protection. Think about it.
But it's in the county, right?
Yes, you're in the county too. This is Gaston County right here. This is Gaston County. Thank you. I know, but I'm just telling you, I'm getting upset. This is Gaston County. I'm not going around in
Say that
circles.
annex that area into Lowell.
No, you don't do that. That's what y'all did. You went down here and annexed this property. Listen, you went down here and annexed this property on Spencer Mountain Road without no money. Now you're paying for it. That's the truth. Go ahead. Anybody else have any more comments? Thank you. Need a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Have a second? Any discussion?
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. All right. Ben, you want to take the lead on the budget?
I've already made my comments, and you've heard from the public. It's in your hands now.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Smith?
Again, Ben, thank you for everything you've done. It's not what you were hired for. We're just in a rough spot as far as that goes. My issue is, yes, I would like to keep recycling bin. I have no problem with that going down to 1 day a week. I think that's feasible. As far as employee raises, I would like to see the police department get a raise. I would also like to figure out a way to get other departments raises. I don't see an option to do that without a tax increase. That's where I'm at. I think we need to bring back our services, definitely back our police department and public works, admins, everybody. But, you know, we keep on getting into this, putting the police higher than public works or the admins, you know, and if a man's gonna step in front of a bullet and save my life, I think he needs to get paid for it. Not saying that Public Works doesn't risk their lives daily. But, and as Mr. Bates mentioned, there was a pay study. That pay study was statewide, and there is towns on both sides of us paying a lot more money to their police officers. And our police officers could go right next door anytime they want to and leave us stranded. Well, a very short-staffed police department. And that's the issues I have with the budget.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I would just like to say that I'm so proud to hear about the desire to keep the recycling center, and it's a very, very good thing, and I was happy that Councilman Bates said that he had not, shut it out. He said one day, I think he said one day would be good, and or I like what Mr. Lynch said. He had to leave, but he said only Lowell residents could use it in a sticker or something like that for their car or whatever, but that's very important. It's very important to the citizens. I just hope we can keep that recycling center. And I don't like the fact that contract services will be farmed out, such as like waste management stuff. I compare that to Two Rivers. These gentlemen on the council kept our sewer plant, and hopefully that we don't have to farm out waste garbage pickup, to another company. I just hope we can keep it, and that's basically what I have to say. I'm always in support of more police officers for public safety. So I know it's a generic saying, but I support our police department 100%, and whatever it takes to keep them and make them happy, that's what I'd like to do. Thank you.
Like Mr. Bates said, I brought it up to him about the recycle center. That our tax dollars, I thought about it. I wanted to get rid of it. I didn't want to be spending out almost $60,000. But our tax dollars are paying for it. Here's the problem I have. The city of Gastonia, city of Belmont, city of Cramerton, everybody coming up here, they're not paying to put that in there. That's our tax dollars. Our tax dollars that is paying for that facility. Yes, I was the one that brought that up to Bates about a sticker. We get a sticker. Bill, I'll give him props. He come up with something with, try to get LCC to come and volunteer to help him. That cuts down on some of the stuff. So the recycle center, if it stays, it will be, I say a sticker is given out to Lowell residents. I like what, I forgot your name, young lady. Brittany. That's a good idea of Gastonia. If a Gastonia wants to come, they come and pay a fee. But they have to come and get paid here. It's not going to be collected at the facility because there's no money. And so I have no problem with that. When it comes to the raises, like I just argued, there are some officers that is not up to potential. Public Works, and I keep pointing to, I forget your names. Pony. I don't know why I forget that. Pony, they out there working in the heat just like the police officers are working in the heat, the cold, but yet the police officer can jump in and out of their cars. The police officer can go back to their office. Public Works, they're out there digging them holes. They need more money. My proposal, which, like Travis just said earlier, it was in a bad situation. My proposal was to get everybody up to a certain amount of what the pay study was. Anybody that was over the pay study, they was only going to get a certain amount. Then we go to a merit raise, like Ms. McKinney. When she said that, I was proud to hear that. Finally, somebody. That's all I had at the sheriff's office was merit raises. I never had COLA raise. You had to bust your butt to get that merit. So My other issue with the budget, when Ms. Dumont was moved over to, what is her position now? Planning. She was in stormwater. I told the previous manager, I said, we need to keep that person, that body in there, that way it's not asked for again. Keep that body, have a body in there, then that person, while they're out doing stormwater stuff, they can be looking at code enforcement stuff instead of this code enforcement complaint-based situation that is going on right now. There are a lot of code enforcement issues in this town, in this city, I'm sorry. So that's where I'm at on that budget.
And I did forget about the stormwater position. I agree, 100%.
Next.
Go ahead, Scott.
I pretty much said what I had to say throughout the meeting.
I mean, I think we definitely need to, the city at one point had performance-based raises. I think we definitely need to go back to that. I mean, that's for sure. I will say that we got put in a position with our previous city manager when we were in the middle of the budget, and he kind of,
Dropped the ball.
well, he left, and nothing on Ben. Ben just kind of got caught up in a lot of it. And some of the numbers I still question, some of the revenues, some of the expenditures. For me, I would like our incoming city manager to look at some of this. I'm good with keeping the recycling center. I mean, I don't have an issue with that. It definitely needs to be either on a pass base, car base, license base, something. It's got to be for city employees only. I mean, citizens only.
I don't know.
At some point, I think.
Let me ask you this, can the county get involved with this? And I don't have a problem with all the city, other municipalities coming in. I don't know if I just now thought of that.
They gonna run.
I didn't interrupt you, Shane, but it just a thought.
You open the door of the county, they gonna run you over like a snowplow.
All right, well, never mind.
We've been the dumbest damn people in
And
the
at
world.
some point, I think it's got to be moved. I think that the way, right now, it kind of separates our park from our, especially with the redoing of the park. I think at some point, it's definitely got to be moved.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
council members?
yes, yeah.
I think we've heard from the citizens this evening, and I think I'm hearing from each of the council members that the recycling center should remain in the budget, not taken out, but added to the budget for continuation. Am I hearing that correctly from at least the majority?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, staff can make those corrections. When it comes to raises for particular groups of employees, as an interim manager, I don't feel comfortable because I've been here a little over a month in order to make those adjustments based on my limited knowledge. I think that should be addressed by your full-time or permanent manager that comes in. Raises can be addressed anytime during the fiscal year. And I would suggest from my position that y'all look at address these concerns with your new manager. If you're talking, and Mr. Robinson, you'd mentioned you'd like for the new manager, whoever he or she is, to look at these numbers. I don't know when that manager's gonna start, but.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to look at this budget, but I'm talking about looking at things where.
And that'd be prudent. That would be very prudent for that new manager then to look at what y'all have addressed about raises for certain individuals or certain positions or certain departments. That can come later. Staff would really appreciate that the council vote on the budget tonight, one way or the other, in regard to what I've heard from the citizens tonight and you've heard from the citizens tonight.
I think you hit the nail on the head. We could put the recycling back in there at a fee for especially outside people, and we really don't want to open it up. I would just say no outside people.
I think show your driver's license.
Just be here and just keep it Lowell and let Lowell operate its own deal and not have to fund the whole county. And also, just like you just hit the nail on the head, we can set salaries anytime. And if you wanted to, and really to study this thing, like one lady suggested tonight, we do a study, and she's right, Ms. McKinney, you're right. They should do a study. And then that way we can evaluate this thing at a later date. We don't have to set this tax rate. I mean, set the tax rate, yes, we have to set a budget, but we don't have to set salaries or nothing like that tonight, but we can include keeping the recycling open. Also, that and my suggestion for the whole city, no one in that public works department should make less than $22 an hour. That's only $880 a week. And after they take their taxes out, they still have to maintain a family. Rent's $1,500, $1,800 a month. They have to have a vehicle, and you know, we can't rule their life for them, but we should provide a salary that they can live in North Carolina, especially Gaston County, and if they wanted to live here in our city, that's wonderful. But here's the thing about it. Those young police officers out there just becoming police officers, and they have a young family. They need to be compensated to where they can feed their family and where they can pay their houses off in a 15, 20-year time limit. See, that's what our whole country suckers people into believing a 30-year mortgage. Now they're talking about a 50-year mortgage. Why the hell don't you just rent a place and not even own nothing? That's not the American dream. You want to own your home. But as leaders in the county, municipalities, whatever, government, state and federal, we should provide housing the right way to where people can afford to live without government assistance. And that's the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I would set this budget tonight, status quo like it is, with the tax rate like it is, and also be prepared in 60 to 90 days after the new city manager, whoever y'all hire to come in and do this, sit down and let them evaluate this whole program and evaluate what the employees are making, and the young folks are just getting started. And listen, here's what I tell people. I'm fixing to go have this eye surgery. The old guy he's 50-some years old. But I wish the guy doing it just got out of high school to where he could do this surgery, the youngest one, because this old guy, he's got a record, he's already got his money. But the young guy, he's gonna have to start with these old eyes here and fix me. But anyway, that's selfish, but that's true. But anyway, that's how you mold this. And listen, we could be leaders in this county, not the followers. And that's what I've always said. We could be the biggest, the smartest group of people that's ever been on a board if you just give yourself enough credit and enough time to understand what really the needs are. And Ben, you hit the nail on the head, and I appreciate it. But set the tax rate tonight, and then go ahead and keep your recycling open, 28,000, whatever you need to put in there. 45,000, whatever it is, and then set your salaries at a later date. Just keep the salary status quo and let these folks know that yes, help's on the way, but let's do it the right way and give you enough money to where be smart, not just give you a Band-Aid, but to make it in the future to where it's acceptable. And that's what common sense and good government is. And that's my suggestion. That's all it is.
Ben, would it be easy for staff to add in merit raises be distributed this coming budget year?
Yeah, the council, staff can get that together and upon council approval. But right now, you have a balanced budget. We just have to tweak some of the revenue numbers to meet the 45,000 if you continue the recycling center as it is. If you wanted to cut it back down to 1 day a week, you just do a prorated version. But that's not a hard fix with your recycling.
You've got the budget.
When you look at your raises, you can address, as the mayor said, you can address raises any time of the year.
So what you're saying is the 5% COLA tonight would not be in it?
I would recommend that the 5% COLA be in the budget. I would accept the budget with the amended version of the recycling center be into it. So what you do is you'd increase your revenues by $45,000, you'd and then increase your expenditures by $45,000.
And then what Ms. Lynn McKinney said, then we can still go and look at the budget for merit raises. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
So
the consumer price index showed a 3.6 or 3.8% inflationary rate, and that was in March. Well, we all know things kind of spiked beginning in March, and it's not really gotten any better except till the last week or two. We're seeing some leveling off and decreasing, especially in fuel costs, which governs everything. So the 5% was to include that 3.6% inflationary rate that goes all of us in this room. It's affecting us all. So I would look at it the next year or even this coming fiscal year with your new manager. Look at your employee evaluations. Look who needs the raise. Look who's doing the job and who needs maybe a little bit more incentive to get that merit pay.
Well, I mean, but they're still gonna get the 5%, and I don't want 5% on top of merit. I guess
No,
it should
there's
have
no
been
merit.
clear.
There's no merit in this, and that's where.
Right, I'm saying, but if we ended up going with a merit after the budget is set, then that's an additional raise, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, you're right, but that's where you would adjust your merit pay accordingly based on your 5% raise.
Yeah. But you're opening yourself up for a big can of worms as far as how to set this deal with the budget. Let me ask you this, Ben. The public works people, the ones, the lowest paid ones, what is their hourly rate out there now?
I don't have that
What's
number.
What's the lowest salary? What is it?
I don't know that.
You don't have a list of the employees?
No, sir, not on me right now.
You know, if they're under $22 an hour, that's, you know, I'm talking about any person out there lifting a garbage can, taking care of anything is $880 a week. I think some of them, I think it was like $19.75, wasn't it, Shane, last year or something? But that's the thing about it, you know, once you set this budget, that's it. If you set the budget. Okay. Yeah, y'all get in order because we're trying to discuss this. Thank you. Mr. Attorney, you're 100% right. Once this budget passed, whatever's in it's going to be in the budget.
I just wanted to make sure that,
But they understand.
yeah, so if you pass the budget ordinance with the amendment to the
As written.
recycling center, you do have the 5% across the board. That's going to be part of the ordinance, so that will go forward. Where the council has, what you've been talking about, some discretion moving forward, if revenues come in, is then you can do some of the merit increases to certain
Let
positions
the
of the
manager, the
department.
new manager, reevaluate this whole situation. You know, say a 90-day moratorium, and then come back in 90 days after the manager's had time to work with each department head, all department heads, police, everyone, sanitation, water, sewer, the whole 9 yards, and the folks upstairs and everyone. It'd be simple. If we just take a little break and set the budget, the tax rate and things tonight, no increases in anything, and bring back the recycle thing. It's only $48,000, whatever you're talking about, and only for loyal people, only for loyal citizens. And the only way it can be proven you're a loyal citizen, you have to have a driver's license, ID, or something. Just common sense. And leave the county people in the county. We can't afford to feed them. They're already ripping us off. But that's up to the council. I don't have a vote, but I would strongly recommend nothing. Just set the budget, put the recycle plant back out there, and then as a new manager comes in, let him tell us what he sees, and that's out of respect. Because really, we inherited this mess, and thank you for helping us. But this is all, it's just been fast, has it not?
Well, you work together.
Yeah.
As a council, y'all work together, you work with the public out here.
No one's trying to hurt anyone's feelings. We're just trying to come to a conclusion of how we can operate this place in the future and move forward.
Yes, sir.
And thank you. Thank all the council. Thank the citizens. But it's up to the council as to how you vote or whatever you do. It's up to y'all. I enjoy people.
Ben, what was the 5% as far as the dollar number?
135,000, wasn't it?
It wasn't that high. Don't quote me on that one. I think it was around
80,000?
Don't quote me on that.
What's the total salaries?
5% increase total. Cheryl may have that.
What was the total amount of salaries before the raise? You gotta have a total amount in your budget. Whatever it was, times 5% would be the increase of your
Well,
increase.
you've got to break it down into departments.
I understand, but add all three of them up, four of them, what do you got? Simple. Call them out, I'll add them up for you.
So, in administrative, you had 494, but it dropped
Okay,
down
that's
to
494, what's the next one?
400,000.
894.
So, and then you got, police was 759, but it went up to 790.
Okay, so that's $1,790,000 for that.
Streets, 164, dropped to 160.
$1,934.
And sanitation went from 153 to 145.
$2,053,000.
But then if you add the 45 back in there, or the 17.
Okay, so it'll be $2,080,000 times 5%, it's $140,000.
And then Parks and Recreation, it went from 115 to 192, and that was with your extra employee and a half.
My thought on that was, is what if we reduced it back to 3% with the expectation of within 6 months, we start implementing merit increases?
That's
That was
fine.
just that 2% to wash out the recycling. Probably
Yeah.
from 5 to 3%, that 2% just.
Yeah, just leave it 3%.
Kinda
That's why I got
washes
out,
out
that's
the-
why I got out and worked hard for you. So you're a genius.
With the expectation of, hey, within
3%
6
right
months,
now, and then
we'll-
later on, let the city manager come and say.
3.6, and you drop it, and you're saying expectations. It's not saying it's gonna be a given.
No, it's not. I mean, it's.
It could be even more. Depends on what they, when they come in and do the study. So that's the good news, that, you know, you're not locked in, because just like the city manager told you, you can set the salaries anytime. The tax rate has to be set tonight. We have to set the tax rate, correct, Ben?
By
June the 30th. Yeah, we still got a few days, yeah. But once once you set your tax rate, then that's the budget, and you know what you're taking in water, sewer, and the whole thing. And what Shane said is true. I mean, you're not denying them a raise like what you're trying to implicate. It's not. He's going to give you a 3% raise tonight. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I was just saying if you.
All across the
Keep
board
it,
for everyone.
yeah,
And then, once the city manager comes in and evaluates everything, he can come back before the board and say, this is what I found out, whether it be higher than the 6% or lower, or whatever. Give him an opportunity to lead us. We're paying him that kind of money. You know how city manager salaries used to be versus how, you came in too early, Ben.
Way too early.
We got him in a bargain years ago. Still got him in a bargain. But God's our witness. We know what we have to do and make it good for everyone. And we want to be fair to every employee we got. Every employee, not just one or two, but all of them.
That's a form of a motion.
I'll make that in the form of a motion.
What's your motion, sir?
That we
Bring it back.
drop the increase to 3% and keep the recycling.
Okay. You have a second?
With 2% merit? Or the potential of up to 2%?
Possibly even more than that.
I just leave like you said, the motion's 3%, leave it alone, then let the city manager come in and tell us what to do.
I mean, it could be more than that.
That's right.
You know, no limit on
Yes, sir.
the increase.
And bring back the recycle, that's good. That'll make people happy and loyal. All right, so you got a motion, you have a second.
So you did not say that for the potential 2%?
No, just with the,
Just a guaranteed 3% raise tonight with the potential after the city manager comes on board and evaluates everything.
no set number for that.
That's
That
right.
could be-
Yes, sir.
And then we'll have the tax rate will be set, what's the tax rate gonna be set at, what is it right now, 35.5 cents? So the tax rate will be the same.
reducing the increase back to 3% instead of 5% and keeping the recycling.
So that's the motion, have a second. Okay, motion dies for lack of second, have another motion? Okay. Thank y'all. Pawnee Go Cowboys.
I'll make a motion to stay at the 5%, keep recycling bin, but with future talks of merit raises.
Second.
A motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? And we still don't have a budget. So what's next?
Sounds like a budget goes back for discussions.
Now, listen, you don't have to pass the budget tonight. We can close we have closed the public hearing, haven't we?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't really have to pass the budget now. You can have a call meeting between now and June the 30th and set this budget, correct?
Yes.
Do we have to have another public hearing or not?
We'll have to have a public hearing. You
Okay.
already had your public hearing.
So then that way it give you time for, things to weigh out in each council member's mind. And, but you can vote tonight, that's for sure. But that's up to the council. We had two motions and both of them failed.
Mayor, I'd like to request maybe a 5-minute break.
Yes, sir. I'd be good. We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Hey, that'll help the citizens too. Thank you. Everyone needs to take a break. There's no close the doors or nothing. You're still welcome to come back.
No, thank you, sir. I'm just
says, be prepared to stay 5 hours. That's all my crazy. All right, I guess everyone's back. Where the Chip we good?
He's not back.
Okay. All right, we're back in session, and let's see, anyone else have a suggestion as far as what to do?
The only suggestion I know is rework it. The only thing I know.
Have another work session?
Well, I mean, I think we've all expressed what we would like to have seen in it. And me personally, if what I want in it is not the same as what Travis wants, or Mr. Gillespie, we're at a stalemate, so we got to figure something.
My suggestion would be to reconvene a meeting on, if it's okay with the council, say next Thursday night at 6 o'clock, and give you folks time to ponder everything, reevaluate it. If you have any questions, Ben's available, I'm sure.
I'm tired of pondering. We've pondered we're on budget number 9. I mean, I don't know the answer to the problem,
Be
but
passed June the 30th, so you got plenty of time. No one has to rush in and make a mistake. Just take it easy and understand how important it really is. And what I want to see is, you know, that the new city manager come in and do the study like a lot of people suggested. I've suggested a study is the best thing we could ever have. We've never really had an in-house study. Y'all have had some people come in and tell you different things, and y'all looked at the state. Right now, you're looking at what the state's doing, and the municipalities beside of us. But we have to make a decision for these folks. This is our city. And I would just suggest that, you know, give you an opportunity just to think and just table it until next Thursday night at 6 o'clock if the council approves that, and that gives you an opportunity to ponder things and realize we don't have to pass it tonight. And I think it's a consensus there. They're going to keep the recycling. That's good. And I think that the employees need to be paid, and that's great. But it needs to be to where you don't have to rush in and do something that you're going to be sorry for. If you give an appropriate raise at the right time, they'll appreciate it, because the young folks and the people that makes the minimum money out there need to be taken care of just as much as the higher echelon. Everyone needs to be treated fairly, everyone. And that's my suggestion, just to table it till next Thursday night at 6 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, council, may I speak?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but you've got a new manager, may or may not be starting within the next couple of weeks. And I think and y'all know my schedule, I'm going to be taking a family vacation the latter part of June. So I'm going to be out of the loop. That being said, I think it would put the new manager in an uncomfortable position to come here and there's no budget.
Well, it's not going to happen that way. You'll be here next week, right?
I'll be here, yeah.
Okay, that's all I said till next Thursday. I'm not asking for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, just to give an opportunity for this council to study a little bit more on their own, and then come back with a, you know, and that's like Mr. Knox said, above board. Do it right here in front of the people, not behind closed doors. Do it right here. And everyone have an opportunity to come back next Thursday night at 6 o'clock, prepared to hopefully pass a budget. And that way, if they have any questions, Ben, they can ask you what the stuff that you can help them with. As far as the monies you see in front of you, that's all you got to operate with. All we have is what we have. No more, no less. But it's, you know, it's feasible to get this thing done. He had 2 different motions tonight. Nothing's passed. So why, you know, kick a dead horse? Just come back next week, fresh mind, and do something. Now, that's my recommendation. That's the only recommendation. I can't vote. It's up to the council. What's your
being
step?
you came in and helped us
Yeah.
again, you presented a balanced budget with a 5% COLA. We're adding back the recycling bin as the citizen asked.
Yes, sir.
I'll make the motion again to pass it with a 5% COLA.
It's already failed, you can't bring it back up.
Okay,
Now,
now-
one of the Ascension people, they can, one of the folks that didn't vote
There
for
is
it.
a procedural motion that you can renew a motion that's failed at any time.
I thought once it failed, it had to be one of the other parties that turned it down, it had to be the one to make the motion. I understand that to be.
I mean, it'll be the same
Our
exact
Rule
motion.
19 says a motion that's defeated may be renewed, I'm sorry, at any later meeting unless the
Yeah,
motion.
exactly,
yeah.
a later meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I've been doing this for 500 years. I don't want to make no mistakes.
He's not able to do that.
So there's no.
There's no
Okay.
motion. Now, one of the other council members can make a motion, sure. The ones that are, the ones that hadn't presented a motion, Tommy, Chitwood, and Scott. Have you made a motion? No. And you see, there's only two people that's made a motion, so they're technically out of it until another meeting, but you other three can make a motion, yes, sir.
I just say, with being an interim and I don't feel like we're gonna have a city manager in here by the time we need him. I think we need to get this done. I don't think another meeting's gonna get it done.
If you don't pass a budget tonight, it'll require another.
I understand what you're saying,
That's all.
but
Not being mean.
how many meetings have we had and we're still here?
I like this meeting, it's been good. One of the best meetings we ever had. I appreciate it. I think it's good to hear from the citizens. I think it's good to hear.
And
from
to-
The only reason I made the motion to drop it back to 3% is that somewhat balances out that budget. If you take the 40,000 out, when you're basically balancing.
I understand that, but you're also going off of what ifs in the future. We're not guaranteeing any type of a merit raise. It doesn't guarantee it. We're dropping it back to 3% with no guarantees.
The correct motion would be to do this.
I thought you said looking, or did you say possible merit?
Took it completely out.
How did you say your motion?
Originally, it was within 6 months,
A merit raise?
Yes.
a potential for a merit raise.
Potential.
Yeah. Not everybody could get one, some people could get more.
I would just have the motion read that you.
But what
you-
I guess what I'm asking is, when you say potential, are you saying potential the employees may get it or not, but the merit raise would be there? Is that what you were saying?
Well, I think you gotta look at your funding, yeah, but, yeah.
But it really would be a better raise for them if it went the right way, and that's the whole thing about it. There's no one's gonna not get a raise.
But you're dropping COLA to 3% and for a potential merit raise.
But the good news,
There's no way to go back to the public comment. It's
closed. Sorry about that.
I like the proposal that Councilman Chitwood was bringing forward, but it never got presented.
What was it?
Well, see, the night we were going to talk about it, we went into we had to go do the city manager stuff, deal with city manager. My proposal was, with the pay study, everybody that was under, because there was some that was way under, like $10,000. I said a maximum of $5,100. Up to $5,100. So there was somebody that was at $3,600 before their amount. They got $3,600. Anybody that was over, which there are some employees that's $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 over their pay study amount, the amount would be $1,500. Next year we start merit raise only. None of this COLA. We'll set a merit raise, an amount for the merit raise, and that's what my But there again, it got turned down. And I wanted the stormwater person back in there. That wasn't in there. That wasn't even on the original budget. It was brought to Tyler's, Mr. Cobb's, it was brought to his attention. So that's where I'm at.
I
If we can
think
get that, if that can be worked in, figured out, we'll work on
I think I
that.
missed that meeting, but the stormwater lady is doing the zoning and the stormwater, is that true? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and her side, the salary for that is what, 65,000, is that what's in that budget? So that, and also, you know, not speaking out of turn, but the gentleman out there running the wastewater treatment plant for us, and pays an engineer out of his salary. Last year's salary, I believe, was 62,000, I think this year is 67 this year, a $5,000 raise, but that's a contracted labor, that's not a city paid employee. But that, to me, is the responsibility it has in the work that he does and the engineer does, and he has to pay the guy out of his salary, that should be a minimum of $72,000.
Well, the reason why I said the stormwater person be in there, like, I don't know if you heard me a minute ago, I said the stormwater, while that person is out doing stormwater duties, riding around, they can be looking at code enforcement issues. That way, it's not a code enforcement complaint-based issue taken care of.
She can figure it
That
out on her own.
he or she could be doing code enforcement also.
Right.
Because stormwater is under, what is her, planning.
And here's the thing about what the citizens don't realize, that stormwater fee on there brings in 480-some thousand, correct, ma'am? And that, you know, only paying one person to do that, and she needs help from Public Works to get these things done, these projects and things like that. And that's why, you know, I think the biggest deal was trying to get more employees out there in Public Works, to get some people to help her get the things done that she needs to get done. But money's there, and like Shane said, and you, I agree with you as well, what you said, Chitwood, that, you know, the way the pay schedule's set right now, it's a very intelligent move, because the one that's overpaid will get less. The one that's underpaid will get more. And that's a fair deal. And also this, we don't direct the merit raises. It'll be completely up to the city manager. We'll be out of that part of it. And you're right about the merit raises, it's
Oh, and
good.
that's something else I meant to bring up about the merit raise. I think personally a committee should be made for the merit raises to be evaluated. A volunteer committee, just a committee or something, but that's neither here nor there right now. Right now, we're trying to figure out where we're gonna go with the budget instead of keep talking about other stuff.
I think you're right in what you said a while ago, it's good. But here's the thing about it, if you're prepared to make that motion, make that motion. If you're not, let's just,
Well, he's gotta figure, somebody would have to figure it out, whether it be Ms. Nolan or Mr. Blackburn.
what do you need figured out?
If that money's in, how they could move that money around.
Money's already there.
I understand it's there, but it's gotta be balanced, am I correct?
And you could balance the budget with that motion. You could just reset the figures, correct? I mean,
You want to be as exact on your revenues as you
well,
can
you are.
possibly be.
Your revenue's not gonna change. Your revenue's already there.
But if your
The dollar amount of that motion is gonna.
if the expenditures change, that,
Yeah, but that's why I suggested you wait till next week, come back with this, you know, come back with those figures. But it's a good motion, it's a fair motion. And I like it because it gives merit raises. I think that's good, rather than just a.
No, it doesn't get
cost of
merit
work.
raise.
I thought you said merit.
no, that's
What'd you say?
next
I'm
year
sorry.
would be the.
Yeah, next year, right?
That's next fiscal year.
Yeah. But in the interim, though, you could also include it as this year, that you can set, just like Ben has already told us all, this board can set the salaries anytime they want to, up or down. But you gotta have something to get past to where you can operate this city for a year. But in the interim, you can do this just to get you by until the new manager comes on board and let him do the reevaluation. But you gotta have some guts to do one way or another.
But the way the budget is, I don't agree with 5% across the board. I agree with what
What you
that's
said was
supposed to-
good.
What I said.
Yeah, well, hell, make
If
the
it-
motion.
That's,
It's a good motion.
I'm not gonna make the motion until the figures are out. If it's,
Well, then wait till next Thursday night, let's table this till
One
next
comment
Thursday.
on that is like, while you can express an intent in the future that we're gonna, at such and such time, just do merit raises, I don't think you can pass an ordinance that says we're gonna absolutely only do, that's always gonna be up to the board.
They
to
can change it
decide.
any time. They
Sure,
can change it
sure,
any
at
time.
that time.
I just think suggesting to table next Thursday night, give Ben an opportunity to study this with the recommendations that he's heard, and come back with something that everyone can live with. And that's the fair way, and do it right here like we have to, vote right here in front of the public.
So if I understand you correctly, it's no one gets more than $5,100. That's the top.
That's the top.
And then you're bringing up lesser paid individuals to what?
The lesser paid, I would have to show you what I'm saying. If I knew that it was going to be discussed tonight, I would have brought the paper that I had. But I'm trying to remember one incident, and there was, for instance, one of the sergeants. I think she is like 6,800 under. I can't remember, but it was like 6,800. She would get 5,100.
Upper echelon, we get a reduction. Sorry. I'm tired.
Then there's somebody that's in Public Works that's making over what they're making, what the salary study says, they get 1,500. Because you're already making over what and some of them's, and not just Public Works, it's a lot of other ones in the city are making over. Some are making under. So depending on if you're 5,100, if you're less than 5,100, you get up to that. I guess I'm trying to remember how it is. I mean, it's 9:30 at night.
Is that a one-time proposal?
The only question I have to that is that the differences in pay based on your position, and the department heads would have to answer this because I don't know, is like the number of certifications you have. The city of Lowell, like other municipalities, reward employees for certain certifications that they receive.
Right.
So I don't know if it's apples to apples or oranges to oranges when we do the comparison.
I'm going off of that pay study that I got from Mr. Bates. And
Was
I
that
think
through the
Mr.
league?
Bates, yes, through the league. Cheryl, I think she has access to it, or you brought it to I don't know who, I was thinking, sorry.
And I gave it to Tyler.
Okay.
It came
Yeah.
originally from Tyler, that's where it came from.
Okay. And it showed so-and-so's making this, the league says they should be making this. Or so-and-so is making this, they're way over what the league says they're making. I just based it off of that, if it was less than,
Yes, sir.
you see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
That's what I wanted, that's what didn't come to fruition, and that's where I'm at, and the stormwater person.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how we go with that. Any other?
And again, that's a one-time, that's just for this budget.
Just for this budget, and then next year it starts with merit raise. We do merit raises. We set the amount of a merit raise.
No merit raise with no COLA is what you're.
Correct.
Pete.
Yeah, because I think his proposal would pretty much give people where they need to be, or at least close to where they need to be. Correct?
Sounds
Yes.
fair to me.
Pretty close to it.
The ones that are under.
Well, I understand, but it's for a year and you're taking away the COLA.
Okay, well, let's put this in perspective. There's one person on there that if they got the 5%, it would only be 4,100. If they went with the proposal that I wanted, they'd get an extra $1,000.
Once. Just for this budget.
Just for the, you're up to that amount. When you come next year, if you're making $90,000, you're starting at $90,000 the next budget until that raise. It's not, we're only gonna give it to you as a bonus, it's your raise for the year.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we're basically going to do away with the COLAs next year, and it'll be just merit, even though the merit may be a bigger percentage.
No, you just said it's taking COLA away.
Yeah,
What
for
he just
next
said.
year. That's what I just said. You'll take it
I'm taking
away.
away this year,
He's taking away this year.
because you're getting
Yeah, you'll be getting,
a raise.
you're already getting a raise brought up to where the league says you
I
should
get
be.
it. He's the
I don't
one that
know
said
what
you
you-
weren't taking it away. I get it.
I don't know
Next
what you
year.
follow me.
This year.
This year, it's going away this year.
For you, starting July, I get you, but the budget in July.
Here's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I mean, I'm in business.
Well, and that's fine. Where we gonna go with this? Because we keep on going around. What do we need to do? Somebody make a suggestion to do something.
Study the next Thursday night.
Because it's 9:30 and we still got several others.
I make a motion, we table this till next Thursday at 6 PM.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor? God bless America. Good night, guys. Thank you.
Did you get all the nays?
Oh, yeah, nay. Anybody against it? Anybody against it? I'm sorry.
It's 2 opposed.
Who are, okay. 3 in favor and 2 opposed. Passed. Hallelujah. We can go home and rest.
No, we still got more to do.
Oh, we still got more on the agenda? Damn, I forgot. Let you be presidency. Where's that agenda? I thought that was it, but I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, we still got council mayor's report. I ain't gonna have nothing. I'm going home. Okay. You wanna just table the rest of the agenda the next week? All right.
These should be.
Okay, the next one should be simple. Contract for the auditor for next fiscal year. Need a motion to keep the same auditor, right?
At $46,540.
Okay, got a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the audit contract for $46,500.
Thank you. Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, what was the previous contract like?
It was around the same amount.
Pretty close?
Yeah. Sorry,
Any more discussion? All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. To approve electrical work, Christmas wiring by baskets. You have a contract for that, Ben?
Yeah.
Electrical.
For the budget.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pearson.
What this budget is actually, or this money is actually going to be doing is moving all of the lines that we have off the poles that New Power has changed out. Like right out here, I know there's several poles that need to be removed. We need to move our power for our Christmas lights and that kind of stuff off those old poles, put them onto the new poles, and also our brackets. So Lake Electric was the cheapest quote at $13,500 for this project.
How many poles you talking about?
There are 12
$1,000 a pole?
right out, yes.
How many bids do you have?
What now?
How many bids do you have?
We have 2 bids and a no quote.
What was the other bid? What was the price of the other bid?
17,655. See, it's a kind of a hard job and a hard type of niche because you actually have to have a bucket truck for each one of these to be able to move it. Some of them are going to require 2 bucket trucks because they're going to have to pull new lines or either stretch the new line, hold it for the next truck to be able to hook it up to the pole. So you have to have a licensed electrician for a commercial, and they also have to have bucket trucks too as well.
Are our lines the last lines on these old poles?
No.
No.
We still have, well, on all these right here, most of them, yes. Down through there, there's some AT&T lines too as well.
So most in downtown's just left ours.
Basically, it's from here down, and then there's one pole on this side too as well.
So do we know a time frame once those lines are taken down, when the power would come take the old poles out? Not at all. Okay.
Duke Power's still on the new poles as well, right? They're not gonna give up the poles, are they?
No, they own the poles, but we have to move our power.
Yeah. Let
But
them
in order for the poles to be moved.
For them to,
We have to get the
yeah,
pole-
for them to remove the poles, we need to move our stuff off of it.
Now, let me recommend something to you. Let Duke, talk to a Duke Power engineer and see if they can't help you. They own the poles. They could probably help us. It's a suggestion. Might save you some money. You ain't in no hurry, are you? Does it have to be done tomorrow?
Well, it's got to be done by Christmas time, and.
Okay, well then talk to Duke Energy. That's my recommendation, but what's the board's decision?
I'll make a motion to approve Lake Electric to move the Christmas wiring brackets from the old post to the new ones.
Have a second? Dies for lack of second. Any other suggestion?
The only problem I have is that I would like to see 3 quotes. I know that you.
No quote is considered, yeah. A no quote is considered a quote. I contacted the person that we've previously used on several of our areas and stuff, and he never would get back with me at all, so. I even left him several messages.
The most honest, sincere way to, Duke Energy owns that pole. Duke Energy has electricians. Duke Energy can give you a price, and it'll probably be cheaper than anyone because they own the pole.
Duke Energy mostly contracts out their own services too as well.
Listen, please. I deal with them all the time. You do, everyone that's in business, construction as well as you. You get quotes. It's like if they tell you you're going to put an underground line, you get a quote. They tell you, Duke Energy tells you one price, the electrician tells you another. You deal with them, you go back and forth, and then they say, okay, we'll meet their price. And Duke Energy does a better job because they own the line. Common sense. Please talk to Duke Energy. That's my recommendation. It's up to the council. Give them direction. Just common sense. Okay. Well,
I understand why Chip would say he didn't vote for it, but I'm kind of curious why we're not. We've got technically 3 bids.
$13,000 is crazy for that. That's why.
It's the lowest bid, Larry.
It doesn't matter, son. If you talk to Duke Energy, they can give you the right price. They own the pole. And they got people working on them every day, setting lines. That's what they do. Let them give you a price.
It is our lines. It's not Duke Power's lines.
It is
Duke
our
Energy's.
lines. Duke Energy owns all these lines out here. We don't own anything. We do
Justin,
not
is it
own
Duke Energy
nothing.
lines or
No,
is it
Duke
City of Lowell?
Energy.
City of Lowell.
City of Lowell lines.
City owns the lines. Now, you make the check out to City of Lowell, or do you make it out to Duke Energy?
This check would be made out
I'm
to
talking about when
Lake
you get
Electric.
power, you pay Duke Energy, you don't pay yourself.
Mayor, we don't need you yelling.
I'm not yelling, I'm
Yes,
tired.
you are. Well, you can go home.
I don't want to go home, I'm enjoying it.
I would be more than happy to entertain maybe a motion to possibly
Talk to Duke
get a third quote and go, if it's cheaper than this, go with that
I
quote.
make a motion, we go for a third option.
I second that
A third.
for the third quote.
You want that third quote to be presented to the board for consideration, or is that
Yes,
something staff can
just in case it comes back cheaper. It might come back cheaper.
Well, if it comes back cheaper, just
Go with it.
Mr. Pearson permission to just go ahead and go with it and not have to come back to council.
Well, my only question under discussion is why wouldn't you ask Duke Energy what they would charge you? I mean, it's not no big deal. You know, if
Because
they
if
do
it's
it
cheaper,
cheaper,
then
they
you
already
can
got
go
the
for it
line
anyway.
anyway, they got the pole. We don't own that line, I don't care what you say.
What's your motion?
I make a motion that we go with a third quote. If it comes back cheaper than 13,500, and we go with that one.
Second that motion.
If it doesn't come back cheaper, do you go with the 13,000?
Yes, because we'll have a third quote. But I won't.
And I'll still bring that third quote to y'all.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Justin, let me ask you this. Last year, the lights didn't go any further than right here below.
That's actually going to be a secondary. The lights from the railroad tracks down did not work last year. And we had to have the electrician remove that lights because it kept tripping the breaker so we could actually function. After they move all these lights over, this company's also, it's going to be a secondary, it's going to be an added charge, or whoever actually ends up doing the work. It's going to be an added charge, and we're going to have them figure out what's going on past the railroad tracks and why it keeps tripping the breaker, whether it's a split in the line somewhere or what's going on. But that is actually going to have to happen also. But that's going to be a
Thank you.
secondary type of
ticks.
That's good, because it, from down that way to Hillbillies from 85, it wasn't lit up, but your work, thank you.
All in favor?
I'm sorry.
Two in favor and 3 against, that what it is?
second his. I
With
second.
your motion and your second, but you said you was gonna bring it back anyway.
No, if they approve it, then I'm just going to bring back the third quote plus these quotes and give it to them so they'll have them. But to know that I actually did get the third quote and we didn't just go with this.
Got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor? All opposed? How'd it count? I don't know how it turned out. 3-2? What's the total? 4-1, okay. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll talk to Mr. Gibby, the Vice President of Duke Energy in the morning, to get you some help. The next thing is, that'll find a, what did I say?
We have 4 budget amendments,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, and Council for consideration.
Okay, go ahead and call them out, brother.
Well, I have a finance director, Ms. Lisa Nolan.
Good evening. Budget amendment number 10 is to amend the budget ordinance for the general fund to appropriate unanticipated revenues to cover increased operational costs, ensuring expenditures do not exceed budgeted appropriations, and this amendment also maintains a balanced budget. And if you have any questions.
I don't see the need for any amendment. The budget hadn't even been passed.
No,
This is for.
This year end, this is housekeeping.
I understand, but you have no, what do you anticipate an increase in what?
Revenues.
I understand. So you're taking in the extra revenues, just gonna
Yes,
put
sir.
it back into this year's budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay, need a second? We're just taking in money, that's good. I like that.
Making a motion to approve budget amendment number 10.
All right, got a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? I'm
So
sorry.
before we say that, so you're saying the revenues that came in and the increase, we're just dispersing them throughout the expenditure. Is that correct? Or did these expenditures increase and that's why we are increasing the revenues, not that
We have the extra revenue to cover those budgeted expenditures that are exceeding or will exceed by the time the year ends. So the revenue is there to cover these expenditures, and that is true for each of these budget amendments.
I'm just saying that we didn't get
A
an
windfall.
additional increase in revenues, and that's the reason we're doing the amendments.
Got a motion, second. Any more discussion? All in favor? Thank you. What's the next one? Go ahead.
This is consideration of budget amendment number 11. This is to amend the budget ordinance for Powell Bill Fund, and we actually did receive more revenue for Powell Bill, and we used that
How
to
much
cover
was that?
those expenditures.
How much was that increase? So we need a motion to accept that $3,500?
Yes, sir.
Need a motion to accept the $3,500 from Powell Bill.
Make a motion we approve budget amendment number 11.
Yeah, second. Okay, second, Chetwood. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. What's the next one?
Consideration of budget amendment number 12. This is for the Water and Sewer Fund to appropriate unanticipated revenues to cover the increased operational costs, also ensuring expenditures do not exceed budgeted appropriations.
Is this for water loss or what?
This is water expenditures, water and sewer expenditures that exceeded the budget.
I understand with excessive expenditures, what created this money to be a deficit?
We just had more expenditures to operate.
Make a motion to approve budget amendment number 12. Second.
Under discussion, did this money that we're paying the city of Gastonia for the increase, or are you paying a company, a contracted company?
It's over different items. I mean, it's health insurance.
How much is it?
Increase, health insurance increase, professional services.
Fuel cost.
How much is the total on it, Lisa?
Fuel costs.
What's the total?
I didn't do a total, I just did each line item
Yeah, we
individually. I didn't have a total.
Damn, that's an open book. You got a motion and a second, right?
Yes.
Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. What's the next one?
The last one is consideration of budget amendment number 13. This is for the stormwater fund, also to appropriate unanticipated revenues to cover increased operational costs. And this was just interest earnings to cover those expenditures that went over budget.
Make a motion we approve budget amendment number 13.
Second.
So you're saying you spent over $462,000 increase? Because you're taking in $462.
I don't think the amount we took in was 462. The amount that I'm presenting here is an additional 5,500 for interest earnings.
That's money that we earned.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're taking in money, not spending money. That's different. Thank you. Thank you for explaining it. Do you have any more discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Anything
That's all I
else?
had.
Thank you. What's next, Scott? City, do you have anything, Ben?
Just a couple items. One is my tenure here is winding down to a close. I understand that the council is narrowing its search and selection for the next city manager. It's been a pleasure working here again with all of you, and especially you citizens. I've been fortunate to run into some old friends, but then I've been fortunate also to meet some new friends in this tenure. And whoever sits in this seat in the very near future, and even out, as Larry said, he's 500 years old, 500 years from now, they'll be fortunate to serve this community because it's one of the best communities that North Carolina has.
That's right. Thank you. And, don't give up
Thank
on
you.
us.
No, I'm not. We just got to get us a budget, fellas. We just
And
got to
thank
get a
you-
budget.
Thank you for everything you do for us.
Thank you.
And even when you're out of here, away from here, you still take care of us. You pray for us, and we pray for you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Oh, yes. Shane, you have anything?
Oh, I have one other item.
Go ahead.
Most of you probably know, but Police Chief Carl Moore has tendered his retirement papers to become effective September 1. And Carl has had a very good career here with the town of Lowell. He's served it well, and I think the citizens really appreciate his tenure at the helm, and even as a rookie patrol officer. Scott, I know you worked with Carl for a number of years, and most, if not all of you, know him in this room. We wish him the best, and look forward to hearing from you in the future. Don't be a stranger, and we'll go from there. But
That's very well said. I have one thing to add to that. When he first came to work here, we spent, how much money was it, Carl, on Mace? How much did we spend? Do you remember? It was like thousands of dollars. He was Mace's grandmother. He maced her. They don't care who he pulled over. They come in here crying, tears running out. He maced them. But look what he turned out to be, the chief. Let's give him another hand. Thank you. We love you, Carl, no matter what, son. And your mama's great and your daddy's tremendous. Thank you. Thank you for your service. All right. Well, and anything else?
nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Robinson?
City attorney.
I'm sorry, Mr. I apologize. I can't see no more.
I don't have anything.
Mr. Bates? Mr. Gillespie?
I just want to thank Andrea Nixon for a wonderful Memorial Day service. It was really awesome, and it really blessed the whole county. I was read about far and wide, and so I want to thank them, and I want to thank Mr. Justin Pierce and his staff. I don't know all of your workers' names, but there was a water drought, no pressure, no nothing, and you guys jumped on it the next day. And I was able to take a bath so I can sit beside the mayor today.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for getting him some water.
Thank you for your great work. Yes, sir.
And that's a good comment. Next, Mr. Smith.
Just thank the citizens that came out tonight. I think we broke a record. We actually had to keep some people out of here due to the fire code, so I'd like to see that more often. Admins, thank y'all for everything you do, Ben. And Mr. Mayor, thank you again. The mural's gonna look great.
And whole city's welcome. I don't want no accolades. Like I told them, I don't care nothing about it. I love it. And I think it's gonna be there for 250 more years. And Carl, when you come back at the next lifetime, you remember that, it's behind your building. But yeah, y'all are welcome. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Go ahead, Mr. Chitwood.
Yeah, think, like Travis said, I'll reiterate on that. Appreciate the citizens coming out, even though it was kind of heated during the night. I apologize if you hurt any feelings. But I just like the truth to be known. I'm a man of integrity, and that's what I consider myself. With that being said, I appreciate everybody what they've done. All the employees, I know there's some of the employees don't think, I think that they don't, I don't care for them, but I do. I appreciate them. Your staffs, everybody's, y'all do hard work. So with that being said, I appreciate everything being what you've done. You've come into a whirlwind, and I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate those kind words, but you just echoed what I would say. You've got a great staff that make y'all look good. And I think y'all appreciate them, and I'm sure they're glad to hear those comments. Thank you, Mr.
I just like to be fair. I think stuff needs to be fair.
Certainly. Yes, sir.
I agree with you. I wish they'd bring the fair back. We used to have a beautiful fair down here in Laurel. Yeah, the fairground was beautiful. That was really a good time, wasn't it? Y'all remember that. A lot of people don't, but it was a beautiful fair. And we had a beautiful fair every year in September. It was always in September. Named after the Spindle City textile plants. But we'll never get another one probably, but it was great at the time. Only thing I have to bring up is the police department over there. Carl's gonna get killed before he leaves. The sidewalk over there's got a great big old hump in it. And as you come in the door, it needs to be fixed. But if you can get someone to take care of that, I appreciate it. And that's really all I have tonight. But thanks to everyone. Thank all of you. God bless you. Go home, say, I don't need a motion to adjourn.
No, he's done.
What else we got? Oh, no. Y'all got executive session. Grandpa's going
Make a
home.
motion, we go into closed session, reference 143-318.11, subsection
Y'all
6.
have a second? Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. I'm sorry, I really don't feel good, but y'all have a good night. I enjoyed it though. Thank y'all. Good night, everybody. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Good night.
Thank you, man.
Good night.
Good job. Really good job. Take care of your eyes, man. I'm praying for you, brother. Yes, sir.
What time?
Is there anybody out there?
6:15, y'all got the early game?
I don't know now that they lost, so.
I got some mics on, so.
I came that one day.
Saying,
Yeah, that's fine.
I have those mics on.
Red out there.
I came in that.
Oh, I can, so you can adjourn.
And then that Hispanic team,
That was just a scrimmage.
yeah. But I was told y'all were playing
We're good.
six. But then they were playing. so
Oh,
y'all
yeah,
had
that
to-
was.
I make a motion that we adjourn for the evening.
Second, third.
Got a motion, second, third, fourth. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. Watching it.